energy after you've had a few? Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority, thanks.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it. You know,
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Won't you guess my name?
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
you know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Tonight, the NBA draft, and this is where teams' fortunes change. For us, just a few short years ago, we were able to draft Trae Young. And you guys know, we talked about it ad nauseum, whether or not it was the right pick, what was going to happen, how our franchise was going to change, Mike. And so tonight, with the 15th overall pick, it's a little bit different for our Atlanta Hawks. But I got to tell you guys, I think there's going to be a lot of movement. I think there'll be a few trades, and I kind of hope that we are involved in those things. Now, Mike, the biggest one that I keep hearing is JC. John Collins potentially traded tonight for maybe the 10th overall pick. That rumor's been out there. I think it's the Mavs. We don't know or not whether it's going to actually happen. But if you're going to move John Collins, Mike,
Right.
you probably should go ahead and do it now. That's where you are with the Atlanta Hawks, and specifically Landry Fields. And what's interesting is, we have pick 15, and then, we've got pick 46. Guys, very rarely do second-round picks, okay, have any effect on your team. I'm just telling you. The Draymond Greens of the world, that's far few in between. So, really, we're looking at the 15th overall pick, and no matter who it is, and we'll talk about some of the guys that are projected to be there at 15, this is really about, Mike, the moves that Landry Fields is going to make to better this team. This is not about pick 15.
Right. So is it Derek Lively, the center from Duke, if you were going to make that move to go to 10, or is it Bilal Koulibaly from France? 6'8" power forward. Dude from Duke is 7'1". Otherwise, if we stand pat at 15, it's kind of like a run on guards, shooting guards, and point guards, and a couple of forwards in the mix. So we'll see. Look, I'm not knocking, you should listen to our coverage because they're going to have it lined up. Our man Deshaun Tate tonight with Chuck, knows everything about every one of these guys and everybody in the second round.
And Caleb Johnson will be with them too.
And if there was a third round, Tate would know those guys too. It's just the way the draft functions. It's so unlike the NFL draft. The NFL draft, there's a sense of permanence. Guys drafted first, he's drafted first. Guys drafted 15th, he's going to that team. With the NBA, there's nothing worse than, hey, congratulations, James, you are going to I'm sorry, you're going to Sacramento. And it's so anticlimactic, and it just seems like a bit of a fugazi because nothing is what it seems in the NBA draft.
Well, the other thing, too, and this is rare, if you go back and look at the top picks, you've had multiple busts, just like with any league. Right. But now I think, Mike, the big difference is those top three guys that we're talking about, Victor Wembanyama, Scoot, we're talking about, Brandon, those guys are NBA ready. They're going to go and they're going to play immediately, and they're going to help their teams. I just don't think there are a lot of guys that are NBA ready, which is part of the problem. Jalen Johnson got here, Mike, high draft pick. Right. He was in the G League for a year. I mean, AJ, he gets playing time, but he's not impacting your team to the point where you go, hey, he's a first-round pick, and he's coming in, and he's averaging 25 a game. I think guys have to learn how to be in the NBA and learn what this is going to be about. And a lot of guys are just not ready, and that's not their fault. The goal is to get there as soon as you can. But, Mike, part of it is you've got guys who are playing overseas now with the G League, and it's just this transition period that a lot of these guys are going through to get to the league. And then when they get to the league, well, they still have to learn. And so now a 19-year-old guy that's in the league, it may be 2 or 3 years before he flourishes and turns into the kind of player that we expect. So, listen, for all the talk about Zion, and I told you guys I'd trade for him in a heartbeat if he's up for grabs. We'll see what the Pelicans do. But Mike, Zion hasn't panned out like we thought he would.
No, Zion's health concerns. First there was the weight issue. Then there's all the banged up things he's got to deal with, and missing almost half of his career so far. And that's what makes him such a high risk investment for teams that are looking to trade with the Pelicans. And you're right. I mean, back in the mid '80s and the early '90s. You knew those 25 guys, those first 20 guys it'd always be a wild card from Europe, to your point, and that was when the European player was the exception. Now he's kind of in the mix, if not the rule. But back then, you knew all the guys because they all played college ball for at least 3 years. And so teams, you knew think about it, the Big East, you knew the Big East. You knew everybody in the ACC. The Big Ten, you knew all those guys.
Yep.
And you certainly knew UCLA and other schools, but in Arizona. Now you don't know any of these guys. And some of these guys with McDonald's All-American, they had a cup of coffee at Kentucky with Calipari. Even Duke became, the basketball factory like that.
All right, what are the Hawks going to do tonight? What do you want to see them do? Chris, let's get a poll up at Dukes and Bell 929. I don't know where you are with this, but Landry Fields was on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and talking about, the draft will be about the Hawks culture. I want to ask you something. What is the Hawks culture? We've gone through 2 coaches here that wanted to install certain things and weren't able to and ultimately got fired. Okay? This isn't a situation where we're looking at what LP did or didn't do or Nate did and didn't do. What is our culture? Like, we're drafting guys and you're talking about Hawks culture and fit? What is that? You guys tell me.
I don't even know if we have one. I think it doesn't exist. It's not clear. If it doesn't exist, at the bare minimum, it's not clearly defined because we've only had 20 some odd games plus the playoffs for Quinn Snyder to put his stamp on it. I think maybe at the end of this year we'll have a better idea. But I mean, this is the window for Trey to go. This is now the time. Trey's got to go win a championship.
Well, Mike, we're in year 6.
I mean,
we're
it's go time.
Yes, between year 6 and 10. It's got to happen.
Well, Trey, and this is why when we got into the leadership thing, which some guys would scoff and say, stop picking on Trey. He scores. He does his job. There's more to basketball than that. And you saw that and you heard that from other teams that went farther than we did this year in the playoffs. So, I mean, this is a year where if John Collins goes, who's the voice in that locker room? DeJounte Murray said more than the first year than Trey did, and then Trey started to come out of his shell and said more and more stuff, and I like the direction Trey's going in. But what is our thing? We don't play defense, right? We've never played great defense. Nate tried to get them. We played good defense in 2001 or 21 in the run to the playoffs. We don't particularly shoot the three-point very well, if we're honest, right? And so what are we? And we try. Are we a transition team? We pick and roll a little bit, but everybody does that. So to your point, there is no identity.
Yeah, I want you to hear Landry Fields talk about the draft and what this will be as they look at these different players.
I don't think so. Actually, to the last question, we do have a lot of depth. We got guys that weren't playing towards the end of the year that were playing early on in the year, and because the NBA is a business that changes all the time, variables change all the time, whether it's injury, trades, or just the nature of the beast. It's less about positional need and more about the talent and the fit.
Talent and fit. Okay. And again, that's pick 15. Mm-hmm. To Mike's point, if I asked you what do we do well, we rebound. A transition team, we get out on the break. We are great at shooting the three.
Not really.
Like what is it? If I ask you that same question about Golden State, you could arguably say two or three of those things are actually true, and that is who they are. That is how they've gone on these deep runs. I think we need to install this, Mike, and maybe Quinn Snyder will as he goes through this offseason and they have a full, training camp under him and all of that. But this thing about culture and what we are, I'll tell you this. I know more about the Knicks culture than I do right now about the Hawks. Hard-nosed, defense, grinding, physical. Right. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to win a championship, but that's who they are.
Yeah, Tom, and that's the one thing and that's what Nate, look, say what you want about Nate. He was trying to instill that because even on nights when you can't shoot, if you play great defense and hustle, you will not get blown out. You'll be in that game. And the Miami Heat, I mean, Jimmy Butler's the guy, but for years, going back to, when Pat Riley got there, everything you just said about the Knicks with probably a little less wear and tear in practice, but they hustle, they play great defense, and every night it's another three-point shooter can step up.
All right, guys, NBA draft tonight. What are your thoughts? And as I said, I want to see us make a move if we're going to do something. The 15th overall pick, whomever it might be, I just don't feel like is going to come in. And to Landry Fields' point, because of the depth that we currently have, who's going to stay, who's going, I don't think that individual is going to come in here and command, 30 minutes a game. It's not going to happen. Right. 404-726-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always text us. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes. And this radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Poll is already up at Dukes and Bell 929. And we just want to hear from you. I mean, as Mike said, our coverage begins right after the show tonight. John Chuckery, Caleb Johnson, Deshaun Tate at the Hawks draft party down at State Farm. If you're going down there, a lot of fun. They always do have a lot of fun. But I'm more curious to see if this is a move tonight, Mike, to maybe set up future moves and trades that we need to make. That is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, and but are we thinking that strategically? I mean, we've not really been let behind the curtain, and that's the general manager's prerogative. No one's going to give you the secret sauce. We pumped Arthur Smith for an hour to find out what we're going to do, and the general manager's not going to say, "Well, guys, here's what we're going to." But I mean, Carl just laid it out. We're a team that doesn't have an identity. We just don't. And Quinn Snyder is trying to mold one. Do we want to get more? I mean, do we want to get a more physical presence in the front court? More guarantee, more I don't know, better quality shooting, more points. I mean, however we get it, I don't care what position the guy is. I just need someone somehow through a trade or free agency who can give me 20 points to complement Trey and DeJounte as well.
By the way, we've been talking a lot about the luxury tax. And, again, this is one of those conversations where you're like, Dukes and Bell, I don't care. Give me the best players. But the NBA has come out and said that the salary cap is going to be $2 million higher prior than the projected salary cap. So teams will have $136 million to spend, okay? That's team-wide. You're talking about this year and all the salaries and how they add up. And then the luxury tax level, Mike, is $165 million. It's $3 million higher than previously expected. The point is, that is the number where Tony Ressler has said, yes, I'm willing to go above and beyond that to create a championship team, but he hasn't. And so we're going to see if we stay the course and with the salaries as they continue to escalate, Mike, with deals kicking in, where that's going to land. And currently, as we speak right now, again, we are $8 million over that threshold of the luxury tax.
And when we looked at some of the contracts that were handed out the last 3 years, that's nearly $700 million in guaranteed. Now, again, they may not finish their career here, but the contract was written on Tony Ressler's dime. And I'm not making excuses because I want to see, if you're in the NBA and you want to win, you kind of have to have more than your toe in the water in the luxury tax. But he could look at his GM and say, look, man, I've been giving all these guys big money. What I got? 2 years of play-in games.
Coming up, they traded, I think, the heart and soul of their team, and they're going to look different. And also, how I almost lost my arm last night. It's Dukes and Bell.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Coming up, Sigmund Bloom's going to join us, co-owner of FootballGuys.com. We're going to talk all things NFL with him. Mike, this trade today is interesting in the NBA. Grizzlies acquiring Marcus Smart from the Celtics. It's a 3-team deal. Kristaps Porzingis is going to the Celtics. Tyrus Jones is involved in this, but the two main guys is Porzingis, obviously, and Smart. Smart going to the Grizzlies, and I love it for the Grizzlies because they get a guy that's a vet. He is a no-nonsense, tough dude, as far as trying to get guys on the same page. And the Memphis Grizzlies need that. But I think the Boston Celtics also need a guy like Marcus Smart. And the leadership part of this now is going to fall to a guy like Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Listen, it's easy to go out and hoop when you don't have to deal with the locker room makeup of being the guy that is the voice. Now, Tatum, he's got to do more, Mike, and he's got to be more vocal about this.
And this was something we thought he had come through and was doing. Remember, 2 years ago, that was a knock on him, and then last year he took that leadership mantle. And then, let's be honest, there's games that were so inexplicably played where he disappeared. And he's not demanding the ball. He's not demanding, sets for him. And again, you combine that with a coach who looked like he was completely overwhelmed, and a lot of guys going, "What happened to you being the guy?" Remember, we talked about it with Damon Stoudemire, who's now the Georgia Tech coach, who was an assistant with the Celtics, and he talked about the leadership of Tatum, which seemingly disappeared in the month of May into June.
Yeah, so this is a big deal, but the Grizzlies getting a guy that, in the meantime, with this Ja suspension, he can run point. Marcus Smart was basically the point guard for the Celtics, but he's also a guy that is going to be a big voice in that locker room. What other trades are going to happen? Today is NBA draft day. We're watching, we've got our ear to the street and trying to figure out what's going on. And hopefully, and I say this because I don't want to come in here tomorrow, Mike, and talk about, well, the Hawks didn't do anything. They just stayed the course. And, they drafted a kid. You don't know. And I hope that we are setting ourselves up for success.
Yeah, and that's, I'd like to know where we're going with this one. It's kind of hard because we've chopped it up. I mean, who's making those decisions? We believe it's Landry Fields. Lauren Williams from the AJC says, yes, it is him.
Right.
And then we heard in the Athletic interview that Jeff Schultz did with Quinn Snyder said, it's not me. It ain't me. It wasn't me. So it's not going to be him.
Shaggy.
Great song.
That's the best.
Great artist, too, by the way.
Best.
You like Jamaican dancehall? He's got a ton of other records. But I digress. But yeah, who's going to be picking these groceries, man? And what does little Nick Wrestler have to say about all this?
That's cold-blooded.
Nicky. You know what? How about, I just thought of it. Adam Sandler, Little Nicky. Nickname is born. I hereby dub thee Little Nicky.
Right.
How's Little Nicky going to play in this?
I don't know. I know he's in the room. I know he's.
I like some Popeyes.
He's watching. He's listening. I don't think he's judging. I do think he's making his voice.
Corver, I'm cool with Corver in the process because he's been there and done that.
Well, listen, there should be there just has to be a pecking order. And again, we get back to it. I'm not sure who that is. Right. All right, Hawks pick 15th tonight. We're going to talk more about it. I got to tell this quick story before we get to some headlines. Last night, Mike and I were down at Mercedes-Benz. We did the show leading up to the Atlanta United game, and literally we walked out. I had some things to do. My voice, I couldn't stick around last night, and I wanted to rest my voice. So I we get in the elevator, and we're going down in the red lot is where we were. And Mike is on the floor before I get off. So, he's like, hey, see you tomorrow. Okay, hey, talk to you. Yeah. Doors closed. Ding. I'm on the elevator by myself. And for those of you who don't know, I carry one of these bags that rolls behind you. So I put my stuff in there and my computer and everything. And I just don't like carrying stuff on my back. So I roll this bag pretty much everywhere I go. And the bag is in the elevator with me. And the door's open to the next floor, which is the third floor. And I half get off the elevator. And I kind of look and I think to myself, I'm not sure if this is where I parked. I think it is. Maybe it isn't. And I guess I took too long because the next thing I know, the elevator is closing on my door, or my hand, should I say, and closing on my arm. So I'm like, okay, usually you just hit the doors and the elevator opens back up.
Generally, there's a sensor somewhere that, usually it's about waist high.
Yeah.
And usually if you wave your arm, the door will open unless the sensor doesn't work.
And that's what happened, Mike. I'm waving my arm. I'm trying to get this door to open, and the door is like, you will die today. As the door
talked like the HAL 9000?
Well, Mike, it felt like it because it was closing in on my arm and my bag are still in the elevator. And literally now I'm trying to pull my bag out. So I get stuck, right? I have nowhere to go. The sensor's not working, so I'm reaching for the buttons. I'm trying to open the door. That way it won't work. and these two guys drive up, and they park. They're going to the Atlanta United match. Right. And these two guys pull up. They get out of their car. They see me struggling, okay? And they're just watching me. They're watching me try to open this elevator door like I'm He-Man, pull out my bag, and, like, do all of this myself. And literally, I'm waving to these guys like, come. Because I can't yell because my voice is jacked. Come. And these guys are like, I'll help you out. So the guy comes over, my little scrawny guy. I don't even know his name. I thank you guys. I don't even know. I didn't even introduce myself.
So it wasn't like it was a He-Man, like, like Debo came over. I'll get the door.
No. Little guy, he says, I'll open it up. And Mike Bill, I swear to God, this guy screamed as loud as he could when he realized how this door was stuck on my hand.
Oh, my God.
He's like, and he didn't move it. So his other buddy then runs over. His other buddy says, I'll help.
Okay, so now you got two guys.
I got two guys.
So you got combined weights about 250 pounds.
At least. And he's like, door doesn't move. So finally, we get to a point where we're just like, heave, ho, heave. The door opens just enough for my bag to be slipped out. I get it out.
You survived.
The door closes, and we all just looked at each other like, what just happened? I swear. And so I'm sweating. Like when I left you, I was fine. I'm sweating.
By the way, I'm sorry I didn't hear your cries for help. I was just about like 25 feet above you.
I'm exhausted. This was like it felt like a 10-minute fight. It was probably 5 minutes. I get in my car. I'm dripping sweat. And I literally call my wife. I'm like, you're not going to believe this. I almost lost my hand. She's like, what happened? So I tell her the story, and she says I should have let the bag go. It was not that important.
But then the bag goes all the way up to the top, and
exactly.
But not that he was going to steal it going into a soccer match. But
well, where would I have gone if somebody said, "Oh, look, somebody left a bag on here," and then they take it off?
Then you got to ride the rails and then get off at every stop, and then the same thing repeats itself because
the red deck is a killing machine.
It's a killer.
This could be a new Stephen King type movie.
It's a killer.
Never leave your bag in the red deck.
This door was speaking to me. I swear it was. Turtle, you're looking at me. I'm not lying to you.
Well,
this door literally was like, you are not living tonight.
What went through my head is if you did leave your bag and then it goes up and somebody sees it, now we have a security threat.
Well, that's the other thing. I wasn't thinking that far in
that's
advance.
Right. That's right. All of a sudden,
but you're right.
GBI, the cops will be there. Next thing you know, everything's shut down.
Yeah, some idiot left a bag on an elevator when, in fact, I almost lost my arm. So, anyway, Mike.
You would have saw your bag in like 2046.
But I do like we got to write the screenplay. The red deck's got a nice ring to it.
The red deck.
The elevator's a killing machine. It's controlled by AI. This could be you can see a total Stephen King type movie.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Somebody gets chopped in half by the arm coming out.
When I hit the button on the outside and the door didn't open, I really thought, like, this is it. Because this elevator has it out for me.
Think how the screenplay could work. You'd have a homeless guy down there. All of a sudden, whop, he gets whaled by one of like the arms at the gate. And then you can see that this building.
Red deck.
I can even see the title. And you kind of use a little bit of like maximum overdrive with a little bit of some fog coming in.
By the way, it's one of my worst fears. To like stick your arm in an elevator and the doors are like, people do that all the time,
By
right?
the way, if you've ever come in through like the entrance behind like where Stats is, like I do come over the railroad tracks, come the back way into the red lot, it's creepy as hell back there.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's going on back there?
No, it's dark.
Subterranean.
Yes, it is.
The red deck.
I think we got an idea here, man.
Yes, it was awful. I'm telling you guys this to just say, my wife's right. I should have let the bag go. Do not lose an arm over elevator doors not closing.
I'm a big fan of a happy end.
Or
open.
Open.
You got to have like a grizzled old, like a homeless guy, and somebody's have like a family in an SUV. He's like, what about the red lot?
Don't park in the red deck.
With like a bony finger.
Don't park in the red deck.
Can you imagine the previews on this thing?
By the way, right now there's somebody in the Georgia World Congress. Shut up!
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with the red deck.
No. Can y'all get the elevators checked out?
That one elevator might be a sensor on level 3.
Yeah.
How's your arm, by the way?
Well, it's bruised, but I'm fine. I mean, I made it out. I'm alive.
Now you could have, made a business decision right there.
I know.
I called you Stumpy and made $10 million on this deal.
I don't know if I could live without my left hand.
Always take the stairs.
Well,
the Red Deck 2023.
That's it. Red Deck.
Always take the stairs.
404-726-0929. We got plenty more to get to, man. I told Mike that. I said, dude, I almost lost my arm last night. He's like, what? Literally 2 seconds after you got off the elevator.
See, I got a knapsack. I just went like a knapsack on my shoulders. I'm mobile. I'm out the door.
You were gone. So
you're slinging artillery. You got like a howitzer behind you.
I'm dragging this bag because I don't I don't like to carry stuff. Either way, be careful with those elevators no matter where you're at. Hey, man, it's Dukes and Bell, Turtle Behind the Glass. He's also our executive producer. We've got more to get to. Braves playing as we speak. Grant McCauley's going to join us after the game in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll talk about all things. They're going to move that game from last night, Mike, to September 11th. Doubleheader day night in Philly. So they're going to make that game.
Hey, let's hope that maybe it doesn't have to be made up. Let's hope. I mean, they will if they got a set date for it. But maybe it doesn't. We won't be depending on that one to win this division.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. All right, Turtle. Let's hit some headlines.
Guy says Christine, but with elevators and escalators.
Oh man, I'm telling you, this thing was scary as hell. And I just felt like it had it out for me. Like it knew me, and it knew like it was going to do something to me personally. That's how I felt.
And then one guy says, let's bring in some other elements of the story. You get in the elevator. Who's in the elevator? Taco Fall. Taco Fall would be the attraction. It's a John Fricky reference.
Headlines
The Red Deck
are brought to you by ATL Live Well. Low testosterone doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today. Don't just live well. Turtle just said your story was too long, bro. We got to get to our guests. You're right. Sigmund Bloom.
All right, well, the Braves didn't play. United did a draw, 2-2. Nice goal. People want to see more of Tyler Wolff. Will they? We'll find out later in the week. How about that?
That's perfect.
Done.
Sigmund Bloom's going to join us next.
Dukes and Bell.
Oh, okay. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Coming up, we're going to get to our NFL Blitz at 3 o'clock, and we will hear from Cam Jordan. He is just popping off. I mean, he's saying all the things this offseason, Mike. He really is.
He likes to take his shots at us. He's like, look at that. Might as well call them the New Orleans Falcons because of all the players that we added. And now the question is all the guys we've added, including his DC, how much less effective will their defense be?
Yeah, no doubt. We'll let you hear that as well as Dak Prescott talking about Zeke and all the things. Let's talk some football right now, though, with Sigmund Bloom. He does a great job, co-owner of footballguys.com. And we're in this dead period where camp is done, mandatory minicamp. We're leading back to training camp. But teams are, still looking at their rosters and trying to figure out certain things. And as we go around the league, I want to start with our Falcons, Sigmund, because last time we talked to you, we were talking about the addition of, our running back and drafting a running back and all of that. And I think most people now are past that. I think a lot of people here in Atlanta realize he's going to be a lot more than just that. So as you look at the Falcons, and we've talked about our O-line, how improved do you think this offense is going to be? Part of our issue was the red zone last year. Are we going to be better in the red zone with the weapons we currently have?
Yeah, I think so. I think that it's going to get better, and the answer to how much better is really going to hinge on Desmond Ridder. But you can't ask for more structure around him, keeping this offensive line intact. It's going to be a very efficient, very effective running game. You have a top 10 pick, an ascending player at wide receiver in Drake London. You have a top 5 pick, an ascending player, Kyle Pitts. Let's see about his health with that knee. It sounds like he's going to be ready for camp, but maybe not 100%. I don't know. We'll just have to see how he looks when he shows up. So all that structure is there. And it's going to be an improved pass offense because Marcus Mariota was horrendous last year. And
yes, he was.
You saw this, and you saw this go from 23 pass attempts to 28 pass attempts whenever Desmond Ridder, as a third-round rookie, got in. So I think you could read from that Arthur Smith had more trust in Desmond Ridder than he had in Marcus Mariota. Now, with an entire offseason to learn this offense, I think that you should definitely raise expectations, and we'll know in the first few games how ready Desmond Ridder is for this opportunity.
We're talking with Sigmund Bloom. I always say he's a doctor of football. I would like to refer to him as Dr. Sigmund Bloom, but that's his prerogative. He joins us here on the WadeFord.com hotline. One of the things we've been saying is maybe a little bit like when Josh McDaniels really had the Patriots rolling. You didn't know how they were going to beat you. Yes, we're going to run the football more than throw it, but there's so many weapons. Maybe a fantasy football conundrum with all these weapons.
Yeah, I think that, but for fantasy, we're a little more bullish on the Falcons just because there's this perception, well, Arthur Smith is going to be so committed to the run. But maybe he was so committed to the run because of how poorly Marcus Mariota was playing. And if Desmond Ridder can just execute the plays as designed and throw on target to the designated receiver, the receiver that's supposed to get open on the play, you could see a big step forward. And I don't want to downplay, too, and I know it was just really talking about Josh McDaniels get to New England and how New England and their big free agent blitz a couple of years ago that started with Jonnu Smith. That was their top priority, getting Jonnu Smith. And the Falcons got him for a song. Arthur Smith knows what Jonnu Smith's capable of. So like you said, not knowing what's coming, you have 2 tight end sets now in play. Jonnu Smith is a good blocker. He's actually a good runner. You can bring him across the formation in like a jet sweep, and he can do some damage after the catch. So you're going to keep defenses off balance with these personnel, and that could be a really underrated addition because I think Arthur Smith has a plan for what he's going to do with Jonnu Smith to improve this offense.
What do you think about the Dolphins? You know, everybody's talking about the Jets, and I like the Dolphins roster. I'm curious to know what you think about how much they've improved. I know there's a lot that depends on Tua, but just looking at the personnel, Sigmund, I like their squad.
Yeah, this was a really fun offense to watch last year because statistically, the number of long passing plays that they were able to create was a big outlier, kind of broke the graph. And if you watch those plays, there was a lot of space in the middle of the field. And obviously, they had defenses scared and playing the keep them in front of you defense against this offense. Now, there's some talk that Tyreek Hill is going to be even better in his second year in the offense. What I'm most excited about, though, is the addition of Devin Achane from Texas A&M. You know, this is a player who has home run ability on every touch out of the backfield. Early word is he's being used a lot as a receiver out of the backfield. So when you think about defenses expanding and trying to play conservative because of Hill and Waddle, and then you get the ball into A-Chain's hands as a receiver on a little Texas route or a swing pass or a screen pass, sometimes if he can make the first guy miss, he might take it to the house. So like you said, Tua has to stay healthy. And they also have Mike White, who I think is going to be a little more aggressive than Teddy Bridgewater and better than Skylar Thompson if he gets thrown in there. So I think that in the second year under Mike McDaniel, we should expect this offense to improve from a pretty high bar to begin with.
Talking about the NFL guys bouncing around the league with Sigmund Bloom. He is the co-owner of footballguys.com. Yeah, we've talked about the quarterbacks like Mahomes is at another level. Certainly that team is loaded. It seems like there's just so much better quarterback play, more dynamic offenses in the AFC. What about Lamar Jackson? Now they got Odell Beckham, and it seems like they finally got some pieces around him.
Yeah. Well, and maybe the addition by subtraction with Greg Rowan being gone. Because there was a point a couple of years ago when Lamar Jackson said, it feels like the defense knows the play that's coming. So you get the new contract, you bring in Todd Monken, who did, I know your listeners are going to know what he did with Georgia's offense. And you have an addition of Odell Beckham, an addition of Zay Flowers, their first-round pick, and hopefully a healthy Rashad Bateman. He had to have an injection into that foot that he had surgically repaired, so we'll watch that. But that's still, even if Bateman is slow to come back, that's still better than what Lamar Jackson had to throw to last year. And I think that you're going to see the pace go up. This was a slow, deliberate offense. So I think you're just going to have an offense that leverages the very special package of traits and abilities that Lamar Jackson has. And I think that we shouldn't have expectations that are too high at first, but as they all gel under Todd Monken, this could be a great offense by the end of the season.
Sigmund joining us here, Sigmund Bloom, guys, co-owner of footballguys.com, as we talk all things NFL. It's easy to look at the Chiefs and say, hey, they're going to be back in the Super Bowl. I thought last year might have been what I considered, Sigmund, like a rebuild, right? And it sounds funny because they got to the Super Bowl and they won. But they did it with a lot of young players. And those guys are going to be better in year two. And I just think the Chiefs are not going anywhere anytime soon.
No, and there's reason to think that they can improve in year two because year two without Tyreek Hill. And I think that was the question that we had answered last year. How much of how easy it looked for Patrick Mahomes was created by Tyreek Hill? And we just talked about what he did for Miami. So we're not taking anything away from Tyreek Hill when we say Patrick Mahomes creates a lot of the value in that offense. But you have Marcus Valdez-Scantling in his second year. You have Kadarius Toney, who we know is incredibly talented, just has to stay on the field. You have Sky Moore, their second-round pick from last year, in year two. And then Rashee Rice, their second-round pick this year. And they also have Justin Ross. And don't forget that Justin Ross at Clemson played like a first-round pick. He just couldn't stay healthy. He fell out of the draft last year, immediately went on injured reserve, and a lot of people thought, well, yeah, that's it. Hurt guys tend to stay hurt. But there's a lot of kudos going around about him this spring and his participation in OTAs. So there's a lot of ascendant players in this offense. You still have Travis Kelce, of course, the defenses just can't seem to account for. And you know that Patrick Mahomes is going to take advantage of everything that he can.
Talking about the NFC, bring it back to our division. A lot of folks look at the Saints because they know Derek Carr. Desmond Ritter's not a brand yet, but Carr, better for worse, is a brand. They've lost some pieces. We got half their defense. So who do you think wins this division? Because Bryce Young, they're saying all these things about Bryce Young also. We're discounting Tampa right now. It seems like that's lost in the weeds. But who do you think wins this division?
I think that from a betting standpoint or a favorite standpoint, it's tough to say it's anybody but the Saints. And it's simply because if they just hadn't allowed Tom Brady to come back from down 16-3 on Monday night, with like 4 minutes left, they would have won the division. And that's with Andy Dalton. Derek Carr is at least some improvement from Andy Dalton. Like you said, the defense might be a little bit hurt by some of the losses. They did take a pretty good defensive tackle in Brian Bresee in the first round, who could end up being one of the best players in the draft. But I like Atlanta. I think I like Atlanta because could Arthur Smith and company have done anything more with that roster than what they got out of it last year? Right. So I think that you have to assume this team's going to overachieve. And if they are improving the roster and they're also getting players in alignment with how they believe you win football games, I would say that even though the Falcons might not be the favorite, that would be my pick.
Who's a surprise for you? I mean, are you looking at a team or division that you think is going to surprise us as we get back to training camp and certainly the fall when these games start playing? Because I'm looking at a bunch of teams and I keep going, they might be.
Yeah.
But I'm curious to know what you think, Sigmund.
Yeah, I think that on the AFC side, it's tough. I mean, it's really tough to break through that Buffalo, Cincinnati, Kansas City,
Right.
Maybe Baltimore now with better coaching. The NFC's wide open. And two teams that I think could make a big leap this year are Detroit and Seattle. And I think both of these teams, again, you have Geno Smith now. They added Jackson Smith and Jigba. They have a young team that is gelling on both sides of the ball. Detroit's offense might be a real handful. It might be one of the most dangerous offenses in the league because of all the mismatch players that they have and the additions they have to their offense. It's just a question if they can get their defense pulling and helping them instead of being something they have to drag to victories. But I wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams take a step forward. I think that Detroit absolutely should be considered the favorite to win the division, but they think these are also teams that could challenge Philadelphia as they try to return to the Super Bowl.
We do have the easiest schedule based on winning percentage, and I know things always change. Sigmund, guys are getting better. There's injuries, things you can't account for, but we got Carolina to start, Green Bay. You just mentioned Detroit. We do get Jacksonville, looks pretty good. We get the Jets, and obviously you're going to see a lot of the Jets this year because Aaron Rodgers is going to be the show. He's going to be on prime time. Are you buying the Jets coming together in what some would say a one-year shot to win it all with Aaron Rodgers?
I'm more open to it. Because is it clear how unhappy Aaron Rodgers was in Green Bay the last few years, basically in the Matt LaFleur era, right? I think he was probably casting a cloud over everything there. Now you see him in New York. He's out on the town. He's showing up for OTAs. He's smiling, He seems to be re-engaged. Will that translate to the field? I don't know. But I do think that he's in a better place mentally. And the Jets were a pretty good team last year with some of the worst quarterback play in the league. So it doesn't take much of an improvement to put them in the playoffs. Although, again, if you look at the AFC and you try to make a list of 7 playoff teams, you're probably going to leave somebody off that you say that's a good team. So it's tough, but the Jets are going to be right there.
Sigmund, where can people follow your stuff?
Yeah, at Sigmund Bloom on Twitter and footballguys.com. And, we have you covered for all your fantasy football needs. We have a free email, a newsletter where we sum up the news of the day. And when training camp starts, that's going to be a fire hose.
Yep.
So we try to get that down to something manageable for you. And we've got our Football Guys Championship on $350 to win $350,000, and it's just a great time. Like you said, it's a lull right now, but that gives us time to collect our thoughts and come up with our strategies to win our fantasy league.
No doubt.
It's great knowledge. Anybody uses the avatar from Sigmund and the Sea Monsters, I'm down with that. That's my child right there.
Thank you.
Sigmund Bloom, thank you for joining us. We appreciate the time today, and we're going to be talking plenty of football with you as we gear up for a training camp here in a few weeks. Thank you again.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thanks.
All right, guys. Offense should be better. There are things that we have and things we don't have, or we didn't have.
Right.
We didn't think we had an offensive line. We actually do. We didn't think we had great running backs. Now all of a sudden we do. We weren't great in the red zone. That is where we have to be better this year.
And Carl, we've never gotten the quarterback on the ground since 17.
That's the other thing we haven't had.
We feel like we're going to be in the pass rush business for the first time in a long time.
All right, guys, more to get to. We'll take you around the NFL. What did Cam Jordan have to say? And also Dak Prescott talking about Zeke and missing him. You'll hear it next.
Sports Radio.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
So one of the stories we've been following, and I think a lot of you have been following it over the last few days, is the submersible that was going down to see the Titanic. 5 passengers on board, a captain and 4 passengers, and it's been missing since Sunday. And Mike, today, literally as I got up, they were saying the oxygen is going to run out, according to officials this morning at some point, and they gave you some time estimates. And now we're hearing different things about potentially what they found.
Yeah, the Coast Guard announced today they're calling it a debris field, and they're identifying, at least there's some British news outlets are reporting, they identified pieces that would have fit on this submersible. And the good news, if there's any kind of good news to this, is the deaths of the 5 people would have been instantaneous because they now believe it imploded. So the thing, which a number of folks that worked with it, and there were some comments we talked about yesterday that said they just weren't sure about the design of this thing. It's been in use now for over 2 years, but that it imploded. And so there's basically a skirt or a skid, like they saw pieces of that, and there's also a piece in the back, and they recognize that as being this. And that's from the Sky News is reporting that first. But there's other reports now from the New York Post talking to Coast Guard representatives said they're using the phrase debris field, which means nobody survived.
Sure.
But if it imploded, that's in a millisecond.
Correct.
Reportedly.
Yeah, you wouldn't have known. The crazy thing is, and again, over the last few days, just checking this story out, this particular company, Mike, skirted on materials. And, a lot of this stuff, if you're going deep like that, right, you've got to have the right materials, titanium and all this kind of stuff. And basically, Mike, they were like, listen, we want to cut costs to do this kind of excursion, but you're going to charge people $250,000 to go down and see the Titanic. Yeah. So this is going to be scrutinized. And, how do you get certified? Who's checking out these vessels? I don't know how much the business slows down. Listen, I told you I'm not for it. I'm not going down. But there will still be people who want to go check this out. And I just think, Mike, you don't know these things when you go and you sign up. Right. What are the materials of this vessel? Like, what are you using?
Well, that's just it. I mean, I don't know what the other companies that are going down there. Apparently, there's 3 companies which at one time or another have done this, offered this sort of, Titanic tourism package. But the article that came out yesterday, we were talking about one of the guys that was going to be, he was a pilot. He was hired to drive the thing. And he said, well, we got to test it. And they said, well, how do we test it? He says, well, we don't really have the technology to test to make sure. Well, we got to test this thing. They had a falling out, and then it sort of became finger pointing. There were lawsuits and countersuits, and they basically try to discredit the guy. And he's kind of the dude he's done a lot of. You just saw him on CNN the other night. So, look, you get what you pay for. This was an experimental craft. There are other crafts that I guess when James Cameron went down there and to look at this was a little better constructed than this thing. But you're right. Yeah. But again,
they went down 33 times.
Correct.
They went down there when he was getting ready for the movie and doing all that stuff and doing their research. That was a different kind of vessel, and I just think that is part of this story. It's unfortunate, but where are the checks and balances? There's a reason why we have the FAA. Like you're just not getting on any plane, Mike, and saying, "Oh, well, it checks out." There's reasons why you have safety checks when you're doing these kinds of things. Now, I get it. There's an inherent danger, but it's one of the most bizarre stories. It just is, man, because it has everybody around the country fascinated. I think these people that made the decision to go, they had the money to do it, Mike. When you got a lot of money, you just do dumb things, right? You do things that you want to do, and that's fine. But this vessel, man, after seeing it and the structure and all that stuff, there's no way in hell, Mike, I'm going.
Yeah. And again, whatever other companies are still offering this, needless to say, it's going to put a dent in that business because no one's going back down there after hearing about this thing.
All right, guys, more coming up as we'll get to Guy Talk. Tonight is NBA Draft. And there are lots of rumors out there about what the Hawks could potentially do. And I'm talking about whether they move these picks, whether they make another trade. Chris Middleton, by the way, declines a $40 million player option. I always talk about this. People go, how in the hell would you decline $40 million that's guaranteed to come to you? Because you think you can get more. Draymond Green opted out of $27 million. He feels like he's going to get more. So Middleton now, Mike, opts out with the Bucks. He becomes a free agent. And somebody's going to pay Chris Middleton probably more than $40 million a year to join their team because, again, scoring is hard to come by. He is a scorer. We'll see where he ends up. I know we've talked about him potentially here.
Yeah, he's kind of a glue guy. Now, you're looking for more. Now, points on average, would he have more points in this offense? You could argue perhaps because there's so many weapons up there in Milwaukee. But Yeah, he's a kind of a glue guy that championship teams have to have, and so there's a role there. See, Draymond Green is that kind of guy. I just don't want to overpay at this stage of Draymond's career.
Correct.
You just don't overpay for that.
33, 34-year-old guy. I can't do that. No. I can't do that. If they're 26,
right.
That's a different conversation.
So guys hit us up on the text line earlier, and you guys can always hit us up. Same number to call in at 404-726-0929. Who do you want? I said, well, I mean, who's available now? I guess Kuzma would be interesting because you're going to get some points from him, Kyle Kuzma.
Yeah, I like his game.
I mean, at least we're just trying to find a dude I plug in every night who's going to play 65 or more games and is going to give me 21 or more points. Those guys do not grow on trees, and that also puts wrestling into the luxury tax unless we're going to make a bunch of money moves here.
Yeah, and again, if you're one of these aging stars like Middleton, you're not looking to make less. You want to go somewhere where you can contend, but you also want to get paid. Let's be honest. So, the idea of him coming here and a guy, hits us up on Jimmy Dean as his Twitter handle, and he says, Dukes, do you think it could be a fit? Listen, I'm willing to look at everybody, but let's be realistic about what we're doing. Mike and I have had this conversation for weeks now. We think, we may be wrong, that our owner is not willing to go above the luxury tax to pay the extra money that needs to come out of his pocket to have a roster that is over the threshold of the number that is now the luxury tax. We don't believe that. If it's true that he doesn't care and he will pay Trey and his deal's kicking in and he's going to pay DJ and we will add more payroll with guys like this, and you say, I don't care, bring me Chris Middleton because I know what I'm getting every night. That's a different conversation, but that all depends on the owner.
Yeah, I mean, what are we going to do? Because we get back into that old catch-22 where we developed Herter. Herter was a mid-round pick, and then that's a good piece off the bench. That may be better suited here. Did nice things in Sacramento. Did struggle in the playoffs. We all know that, but they didn't get there without him. But that's the ultimate buzzkill. You didn't sign off on staying up there in the luxury tax, so that's a piece that's scoring off the bench or scoring that could start if it's not bogey that you lost out on. Now, if you're going to jettison, John Collins and Capella to make room, get them off the books. Let's bring in some serious scoring, and then. But can you do that and still stay under the magic number, I guess, is the question.
That is. That's going to be – that's the question.
And by the way, I don't think Hawks fans care. I mean, with all due respect, if you're a billionaire and this is a billionaire's club, sometimes you got to prime the pump, right? Easy for me to say, well, I bought my 10-game ticket. Yeah. But still, you got to put some money into this thing.
But the Braves did, Mike. I mean, the Braves, we talked about the payroll for years. We're in the top 10, guys. You don't have to be the Mets. We know that formula doesn't necessarily work, going out and spending like crazy. You got to spend right. Do it the right way. And my point is, for years we talked about the Braves not spending the kind of money we thought they should. Now we're top 8 payroll, whatever it is in Major League Baseball. The Hawks, if you feel like they're going to be a contender, then this is where the pressure comes on the owner to say, you've got to do your part by spending the kind of money to bring in the guys that are going to help Trae Young win a championship.
And you look at the cash remaining. I mean, you're still looking over $250 million on John Collins and Trae combined. I mean, this is the reality of the NBA. This is the money you've got to spend. Now, look, we don't expect the guy to spend like Golden State. Golden State, we're talking tens now, hundreds of millions of dollars over, but they've got obviously big-time resources coming in. They're making more money than anybody.
No doubt. More on the Hawks coming up. Remember, we've got Matchbox 20 tickets for you coming up here between now and 7 o'clock. Stay tuned. If you are a Matchbox 20 fan, we've got tickets, and we want to give them to you. Right now, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
All right, let's hear Cam Jordan talk about expectations. He expects what?
Nobody ever has walked into a season and be like, ooh, I hope we win 10 games. No, I'm trying to win each and every game that we play. My expectation is to be 21-0, 22-0, whatever it takes to get to a Super Bowl. Yeah. I want to beat each and every team we line across, every tackle who I'm never going to know their names, but like every dud that's out there, we're trying to beat the brakes off. I'm trying to get to each and every quarterback because, the mentality is we have potential. The reality is we have potential. The mentality is we want to, as a defense, take over each and every game.
By the way, Caleb McGarry just called you a dud. That's Cam Jordan. Listen, he is the best defensive player on the field for the New Orleans Saints. Has been. I've been telling you that for years when you guys thought it was Marcus Davenport. And I can't do the laugh because my damn voice. Right. But here's the deal with Cam Jordan, Mike. He feels like Derek Carr gives them a real chance to get back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I understand that it's an upgraded quarterback, and we talked just last segment, if you missed it, with Sigmund Bloom from footballguys.com. But Sean Payton's not there. Sean Payton was the guy that stirred that drink offensively, And I just don't think you're the same team without him. And they're already talking. Players in Denver are saying, they get guys who've been in the league 10 years and I've never seen an approach like what Sean Payton's doing. Like, okay. But you're going to battle us for the division. You're not going anywhere in the playoffs. And look, I respect Cam. He can run his mouth all he wants because 9 times out of 10, they beat us, right? I mean, that's just the way it's been.
It has.
And they got the ring, and when you get down to brass tacks, the ring is the thing. And maybe he's positioned himself, and I think he is, for a career after football and television. Because he's always got a great take on everything. He's one of those personalities. He's kind of like a Draymond Green in that sense.
He is.
Not so much with Davenport. I don't know. Davenport's too much a prima donna for me.
That's right, Bobby Hebert.
Hey, NFL Blitz brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Let's hear from Max Crosby because, Mike, you've been saying this. You still think Tom Brady has a chance to play this year. Max Crosby plays for the Raiders. Listen to this.
Obviously, we got Jimmy G. He's coming back. He's going to be healthy. But you never know what's going to happen. Tom Brady's a competitor, greatest of all time. So at the absolute worst, if everything doesn't go the way it's supposed to and we need him, I would not be surprised if Tom Brady shows up in a Raider jersey.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I still think there'll be a time, and maybe it's because he does have an involvement with the Raiders. Now, there are rules to this. If he actually has signed the paperwork and he's an owner, other owners have to sign off on him playing for the Raiders. There's some things, there's some loopholes they've got to kind of straighten out or go through. But it's still Tom Brady, and he didn't want to walk away and it basically ended his marriage. And this is a team which perhaps, if things are going right, and he's got a relationship with Josh McDaniels, maybe that's the Raiders. I always thought the Dolphins were the best fit.
I did too. And I think he's still down in Florida, Mike.
Correct.
I think he's still down there.
But after the Ross situation, I don't know if he still maintains a relationship with those guys. But there's more talent, better defense, more playmakers. That offense is insane in Miami. You got a better chance of winning, obviously, in Miami than you do in Vegas.
No doubt. Dak Prescott was talking about the absence of Zeke. Do you think they re-sign Zeke? There's a chance. I don't get it either.
To have a guy come off the bench to give you what? It just doesn't work anymore. He was passed up. Who's the running back who took over?
Pollard.
Yeah, Tony Pollard. He's a better piece. And for whatever reason, this guy was always a physical freak, was always a gym rat. We played his training video. He's still in great shape, but he just doesn't have the explosive ability to get things happening. He just doesn't make it happen, for lack of a better word.
All right.
By the way, I was going to save this for college football talk, but you saw about Deion?
No, I did not. Go ahead. There's a trade that just happened.
All right, just real quick. Deion Sanders, he's had issues with blood clots. He lost 2 toes because of that. Apparently having emergency surgery, a blood clot found in his groin. I don't know how they did that, but thoughts and prayers for Deion because, man, he has been very close to losing his foot. And he's had all sorts of issues with it, and hopefully this comes out okay, but I hate to hear that.
I do too, man. The Wizards are finalizing a deal to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for a package that includes Jordan Poole.
Wow.
You remember the slap?
Yeah, Draymond slapped Poole around. A lot of folks thought that Poole regressed this year and kind of dragged him down in the half court.
So it was either Draymond or Poole. Sounds like they're going to retain Draymond, Mike, pay him, they trade Poole, and they add Chris Paul.
Wow. Now, can Chris Paul keep it together? I put him in bubble wrap until April. Don't use him until the playoffs.
Very interesting. All right, we're going to see more of this today, guys. I hope our Hawks are involved in some of these trades. Hey, Dave Archer's next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back to more Dukes and Bell. How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Again, if you're just joining us, NBA draft tonight. Lots of deals already happening. And
none involving the Hawks.
Yeah, unfortunately. Right now, the one that just went down before we talked to Dave Archer, Washington Wizards finalizing a deal to send Chris Paul. Remember, he was traded about a week or so ago. Maybe it was the beginning of this week. To Golden State for a package that includes Jordan Poole and future draft assets.
Right. And for those who don't remember, Poole got smacked around by Draymond Green and then became a liability at times in the playoffs in the half court for Golden State this year.
All right. Let's talk to our man, Dave Archer. Arch, it's good to have you on. I know we're kind of in a lull right now, when we talk about teams. Everybody's done with mandatory minicamp, but there's still lots of questions about our Falcons. And, Arch, I want to start with the main thing. Mike and I were talking about things we have, things we don't have, right? Things, at least in our eyes, we have. I think our offensive line is better. I think our run game is going to be improved. And then you talk about, okay, what don't we have? Well, the thing is, for me, at least right now, is the red zone. Is the offense going to be better in the red zone? And Arch, in your opinion, how much better are we going to be with the weapons now that Desmond Ridder has?
Yeah, certainly you'd like to think, Carl, that you're going to be better in the red zone just simply because of the choices you have to make down there. And Arthur Smith and his play calling, he's going to have a variety of things to do in personnel groups to get to that are going to create problems for the opposition. Certainly Bijan Robinson's, what he's been able to do in OTAs and really turning heads with his ability to catch the ball in the backfield. You can see where they're going to create some problems with a two-man backfield, and all of a sudden Bijan bounces out to the slot, and now he's drawing some assignment from a safety or something like that if they get regular personnel in the game. If they decide to go nickel, then you can run the football at them because they're a little bit lighter in the ass. So, I mean, it's a scenario where there's a lot to get to for Arthur Smith, especially with the versatility of the two tight ends. Jonnu Smith and Kyle Pitts when he's healthy. I mean, you've got a problem with how you're going to match up because you got two pass receiving tight ends, but they're bigger body guys who can block smaller players in the run game. And we know this offensive line can come off the ball and run the football. So the key to being good in the red zone is being able to run the ball, and you've got to be able to run it down there. And I think that the versatility with the backs, the tight end versatility, the personnel problems they're going to create, I think it bodes well for Atlanta being better in the red zone.
Arch, who are some of the guys, and maybe they're big names, maybe the guys that were undrafted free agents or camp invitees, who are some of the dudes who impressed you in the small sample size this spring?
Well, I think that guys, the thing that you got to keep your eye on, Mike, is the guys that are already here that are going to improve. And I think that's sometimes what we overlook as fans, and even us in the media, is think, well, okay, that's who that guy was last year, and that's who he's going to be again this year. And that's not the case. In fact, we're betting on the come there, right? I know you've been talking about some of these guys on defense, the edge rushers, Arnold Ebiketie, some of these guys that need to take that next step. Now, yes, they need to take the step, but it's expected, and they're supposed to be better than they were a year ago. And I think that'll be similar for some of these guys that are blending into the offense. A guy that kind of gets underlooked is Kadero Hodge, a rookie, or not a rookie, but an unrestricted free agent we got a couple years ago or last year from Detroit, who blended in really nicely. And I think you like the chances of him being able to blend in from a wide receiver standpoint. But I think that it's just a matter of the guys that you had last year making that next step, and then guys you went out in free agency and said, okay, this is a coveted guy, which they were. I mean, you could line up with essentially 3 number 1 picks in your nickel set when you get the 3 corners on the field. You like the upgrade there. So those are the things that impressed me. I think that all those things came to life. I mean, you hope for it. And then, Mike, like you said, okay, who stepped forward and actually made some of those things happen? And all of those guys performed extremely well. Trey Flowers, unrestricted free agent from Cincinnati. We know about Jesse Bates from Cincinnati. Trey Flowers is this long corner that, get ready, watch this guy play now. Trey Flowers didn't get a lot of the conversation. Mike Hughes and Jeff Okudah got a lot of the conversation. But Trey Flowers is a guy that's a longer corner, great arms, has tremendous hips, and can turn. He was a guy who's impressive. So there's a number of guys that came in and said, hey, I've got a chip on my shoulder. It didn't work out for where I was last time. I'm ready to play.
Arch, how much better, in your estimation, is this roster, right? I mean, we keep talking about it's better. How much better? Just from a personnel standpoint, in your opinion, how much better is this roster?
Well, I think it's exponentially better, or Carl. We won't be able to, quantify that until they actually line up and play somebody. But I think from an experience standpoint, you've got guys that are going to be more guys that have seen things, seen there, done that, been able to adjust to things. I think you've got guys you can throw game plans at from week to week. Remember, guys, the game plan defensively and offensively, you got your base, but you're going to change things week in and week out. If you've got guys that can adjust to that and make some of those transitions, whether it's a Scotty Miller that's going to play in the slot for you and do some of the things at a receiver spot, the multitude you got at running back, and you look on the other side, the ability to match up from a corner and safety standpoint. You've got a multitude of groups you can put on the field in the secondary. They're going to match whatever any other team has. If the team's got a big slot receiver, boom, all of a sudden Trey Flowers is out there. He's playing against one of those guys. I think there's a lot of versatility to the roster. It's a much deeper roster. And again, some of that is on paper, Carl, and you make a great point. I mean, we're trusting that it's an upgrade. These guys that were brought in were highly regarded players. Now, there's a reason they're available, and so those guys got to wash some of that off of them and make sure they're brand new and ready to roll for the Falcons.
It is the Idaho Rail Splitter, Dave Archer, with us here on the WaitFor.com hotline. He and Wes Drew Ham. Got to save the voice, Carl. But Wes will have the call all season long. As I said to Wes last week, or before you know it, you, me, Wes, Carl will be sitting on the hill, and Carl will pronounce some free agent a bum. As we're watching practice.
He's not any good.
Yeah, it's a rite of passage. Carl has the rite of passage on declaring who is the bum in the draft or the bum in camp.
That's right.
I know what that is, and we're going to try to send him to other camps so he doesn't actually watch us. He just watches the bums at other camps.
Right. But
I just like saying, Mike, I just like saying Arch, like 2 weeks into the season, I go, I told you guys.
Boom.
Told you.
Yeah, man. Hey, Arch, you mentioned all the things about the defense that are better. It just seems like after years and years, you maybe go back to 17, the last time we had the kind of depth and coming at you in waves. It just seems like we're going to be in the pass rush business. And with the improvement of quarterbacks from Derek Carr and everything they're saying about Bryce Young, we're going to have to deal with this guy for maybe a decade. We got to be in the pass rush business.
You do, and you have to be in this league, Mike. I mean, it's not a secret that the two teams played for the championship had the top two numbers in sacks, and certainly affecting the other team's quarterback is a big deal. So Atlanta has not been able to do that. I think that you've tried to patchwork things together. You've had a chance to go out and spend some money, go get some guys you feel like can affect that. And there's some guys that are going to have to rekindle their career. Bud Dupree is going to be one of those guys who's going to have to step up and kind of find some of that old rhythm that he had. You're going to get some guys back. Taquan Graham was a guy that was on the come at that defensive tackle position and then got hurt. He was a guy that was starting to make a move. And then you got some veteran players that have had their opportunity to get after the passer. What can you do with that linebacker? You got two linebackers that are unbelievable, two FCS linebackers that can run. You're talking about Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson can run sideline to sideline. What are you going to be able to do with them from blitz package scenarios so they can get in and affect the quarterback as well? So I think this is going to be fun to see what Ryan Nielsen does with his defense.
Guys, we're talking with Dave Archer, the analyst for our Atlanta Falcons. We are weeks away from training camp, which we can't wait to get this thing started. I'm with Arch on all that he's saying about this roster and the offense being better. Arch, what is a concern now that we've gotten past mandatory minicamp, rookie camp, and you've seen what we have and the 90 guys that are probably coming to camp? What is a concern that you are looking at for our Falcons?
Well, always the concern for me, Carl, is can you get to the regular season with the guys you got on your roster that you see on your depth chart? Your top, 22 on each side of the football, 25 on each side of the ball. Are those guys ready for it? We've already lost Avery Williams, a guy was going to play a key role for us in punt returns. I mean, I saw that Chuck Clark went down for the Jets. He's a big-time safety for them. You're trying to get through these OTAs, which Atlanta was able to do. Other than the Avery Williams injury, you got through clean for the most part. I haven't heard any injury updates or anything like that, but I don't think anybody got too banged up or tweaked anything other than Avery, and that's a big loss. Avery had some things they were going to do for him with him on offense, and he was really rounding into one of the better special teams punt return guys in the National Football League. So that'll be an area of concern for Marquise Williams, the special teams coordinator, is we got to find the guy that's going to fill that spot. There's a lot to be said for catching the ball back there.
Right.
And Avery Williams did that the last couple of seasons. He's been very trustworthy back there, catch the football. We want the ball when they punt it, we want to end up when they start the scrimmage game, the next play, we want the ball. And so that's a big deal. So to me, that's the biggest thing is, can you get to the regular season opener against Carolina, and you've got the 22 that we're looking at, or 25 you're looking at on both sides of the ball that are ready to roll. If you do, then your roster's as good as any roster, I think, in the league, and you've got as good as any roster, is certainly in our division.
Could you use Cordero Patterson more since he's going to be the odd man out a little bit in the run game?
He's not a punt returner, Mike. He's a good kickoff return guy. He's not comfortable back there returning punts. So you'll see Mike Hughes probably get some love back there a little bit. There'll be a number of guys Scotty Miller might get some sniffs back there a little bit as well. But there'll be a tryout back there to find that guy's going to catch the rock for you.
But Arch, why? The ball that goes end over end they can catch, but the ball that spirals they can't catch. Why? Why is this?
Yeah, I don't know. He just does not like this. The punt return thing is just not his bag, and I get it. So put him back there and let him return kickoffs. Let's hope there's not many kickoffs for him to return, other than the one that opens the game or the one that opens the second half.
Arch, I'm curious. Do you think, I don't know if you know this, has Arthur Smith addressed the team about the gambling situation? The NFL came out yesterday with their 6 rules. I think we all are aware, but, again, I guess we take it for granted because we saw this thing happen with Calvin Ridley. The league says don't bet on the NFL, don't gamble at your team facility while traveling on the road or staying in a team hotel. Don't have someone bet for you. Don't share team inside information. Don't enter a sports book during the NFL playing season, and don't play daily fantasy football. Has Arthur Smith addressed this team? And if he has, do you know maybe what was said?
Yeah, I don't know specifically what was said. I do know that he's spoken to him about it. I think that this is an ongoing thing that's a reminder, but certainly there's the company line where you step up in front of the team and you tell them and repeat kind of what the National Football League said. Remember, there's player representation here. So the NFLPA is addressing this thing as well. So it's not just coming from the coach. It's coming from player-led organizations as well. As far as part of your leadership program within the team, the 4 or 5 or 10 guys that are a part of your leadership crew, they'll address it. NFLPA will have representatives to come around and address it. And I would not be surprised if the league doesn't send somebody around again prior to the season to address it as well. So it's become a bit of an issue, hasn't it? And certainly we're seeing it at the college level too, where I had no idea. I didn't have any money to gamble in college. I don't know where these guys get money to gamble and stuff like that.
Well, that's it. You get the NIL. I guess they'll bring Art Schleister in for that debrief. Hey, real quick before we cut you loose, just to bring it back to the roster, we saw at Mercedes-Benz when we spoke to you a few weeks ago. More size, we look bigger, more athletic, and of course Bijan. Anybody who sees Bijan talks about how good Bijan looks.
Yeah, this guy, he's a quality dude off the field, which is one of the things that we talk about DNA of Falcons. This guy is certainly that, and you'll see him continue to be a factor in the public as he gives back to the community. Wait till you get a chance to be around Bijan Robinson in that capacity. But what he's going to do on the field is multifaceted. They fed this guy everything they could feed him during the OTAs, lining him up all over the place, outside the numbers, the slot, at the wing, lining up a tailback. They're going to give it to him. They're going to throw it to him. I would not be surprised, guys, if we see Bijan Robinson catch 70 balls this year.
Wow.
All right.
We both wowed at the same time.
Well, that guy, because that's LT stuff. That's Marshall Faulk stuff. That's special. Arch, man, we appreciate you as always. Thanks for jumping on with us and talking Falcons. Have a great week, man.
Always great to talk to you guys, and I can't wait to listen to you guys decipher this idiotic NBA draft because I never know who's going anywhere.
It's crazy.
I literally just tweeted, NFL draft, you see a guy puts on a hat, he gives Goodell the bear hug. You know that guy's playing on that team for 4 or 5 years minimum. Right. Tonight, by the time a guy gets to his second TV interview, he's been traded. Josh, congratulations. The Bucks, check that. You're now on the Thunder. Yeah, you're right. It drives me crazy, too.
Have fun with it, boys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, Arch. All right, guys, we got more to get to, including Matchbox 20 tickets right now. 404-726-0929.
Sing it, brother.
You're going to win a pair of tickets to go see Matchbox 20 Slow Dream Tour. And it's happening at Lakewood Amphitheater July 2nd. Caller 5 right now is going to win tickets. 404-726-0929. Yeah, man, no man's next.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Well-pitched game up in Philly today. Braves in extra innings. We'll keep you updated on what's going on there. Grant McCauley's going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour. NBA draft tonight. We're going to get back into this conversation, guys, because everybody's waiting to see what the Hawks are going to do. And I'm talking about Hawks Nation, our fan base. We're seeing other teams make moves and make trades, Mike. We've seen, the Celtics make a deal today. We've also seen the Wizards now trade Chris Paul to Golden State and Jordan Poole going to the Wizards. So we're going to see more of this as we get closer to the start of the draft. And tonight we hold pick 15. We'll see what they do with it. But I want to make a move and improve this team with a veteran player.
I'm with you. We talked yesterday, and don't need to get younger here. Let's get somebody who's going to package it to get somebody who's going to give me that 21 points or whatever you want to mark it as we need every night.
All right, guys, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And his rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
What's going on, Turtle?
Well, we have some drama in the NFL, boys. We have a tight end stepping up to a wide receiver who was defending his quarterback against another quarterback. All of this spells the Travis and Jason Kelce podcast, where Travis was standing up to Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase, who said Joe Burrow is the best quarterback in the NFL. And when asked about Pat Mahomes, he said, Pat who? Travis was having none of it.
Yeah, man. It is what it is, dog. Who doesn't love some good locker room banter, man? Shout out to Jamar Chase for, holding it down for his QB, but don't you ever disrespect Pat Mahomes now. If you want to talk your pimp, just better back it up.
Yeah, man. Wasn't it Tyreek saying that he throws a tremendously accurate or catchable football, more catchable football? Right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that the line?
No, he is.
He was talking about Tua.
Yeah, I was talking about Tua at the time, saying that Tua throws a more catchable ball than Patrick. You and I were like, what?
Yeah,
needed to be said.
It needed to be said. I just gotta say this, man. Travis Kelce is a soulful dude, man. I just gotta tell you, he when I hear him say that, and if you didn't know that was Travis Kelce, you'd be like, who is that? Who's saying that?
Does he get honorary brother status?
I'm just telling you, he's a soulful dude, man. He really is. But he's not wrong, and I'm with Travis Kelce on this. Like, I get it. Everybody wants to, to dethrone Patrick Mahomes, Mike, and make these other guys the best quarterback in the league. We said it the other day. We were just talking about this privately. I think Turtle was with us. Guys, he's been to 3 Super Bowls. He's won 2.
Right.
And we're not talking about in a 15-year period. This guy is amazing. We got to put some respect on his name. And I totally agree. Listen, I love Joe Burrow. Joe is he's must-watch for me.
And Burrow said that Mahomes is the man.
Absolutely. I love watching Lamar and all of these guys. Josh, they're not this guy. And until they beat him, Mike, and win a Super Bowl or have to get through him, Burrow's done it one time.
Only guy that beat him in the Super Bowl is Brady.
But until you do that, you can't even have this conversation about my guy's better. I get it. Stand up for your guy. As Travis Kelce said, talk your blank. That's cool.
All right, so our morning shift with Bo Morgan, a.k.a. Squidbilly, Tiffany Blackman, and Mike Johnson.
They're doing a great job.
Yes, they are. And they had on one of our favorites, Josh Kendall from The Athletic. And he was giving an update on Kyle Pitts. And after I listened to this, I was kind of like, what's going on here?
They have said, with some varying degrees of vagueness, he'll be on the field for training camp. He'll be ready for opening day, for September 10th, the first game of the season. I've never thought, rewinding back to week 11 or 12 or whenever Kyle was hurt last year with an MCL, it never seemed to me that the start of the 2023 season was in any doubt. I don't think anybody had any doubt that, yes, he should and would be ready at that point. The more they sort of drag it around and talk vaguely about it, and we didn't see Kyle, hanging around, or at least I didn't lay my eyes on him at any of the Falcons practices or facilities hanging around, and they talk vaguely about it. You start to wonder,
Well, you know what? He brings up an interesting point, and something you and I have talked about off the air. It is a bit of a slow roll. But, only time will tell. But if we don't see him in preseason, that'll be very telling. Only 3 games in preseason. Wouldn't expect to see him in the 3rd game. But that might be something which could be a bit of a red flag, or at least, what Josh Kendall is saying would bring validity to it. It's something I've thought about myself. You and I've talked about it off the air.
Mike, is Josh saying there's more to this than what we think?
Well, it just seems like it's the ultimate slow roll.
Okay.
And the doctors know what they know, but you just assume when the basis of the injury and what we've seen other guys come back from, that there was never, as Josh said in the soundbite, there was never a doubt he wouldn't be ready to go in week 1.
All right. Listen, we need Pitts. And what I need more than that is I need his continuity with Desmond Ridder. I need them to be on the same page. And he hasn't been there all summer, Mike. That's the thing. So, Chris, I hope this is nothing, but Josh Kendall is watching a lot closer up there and at practices, and he's saying he's not seen him. We knew he wasn't there and didn't participate, but let's not even go down this road. There better not be anything wrong with Pitts.
But it is only June, and the only thing that matters is he's ready to go by September.
True.
But it is something that we can talk about, and you know me, I worry about everything. The phrase in Yiddish is kvetching. I'm now kvetching over what's going on with our tight end, because this guy's got, if nothing else, and Kyle knows this and the Falcons know this, you still got to, some degree, you got to validate this pick. MVP was not backed up by anything because of the injury. Not his fault, but that's the way the cookie crumbled.
Yeah, just the fact that it's even being brought up, when I heard that, my eyebrows raised, and I was like, what? Excuse me? All indications were he was going to be ready. So, all right, Josh, we'll keep reading you in The Athletic to find out more. Simple question here, guys. Do you believe in Mac Jones?
Who?
Mac Jones. He was talking about his mental preparation and how important it is going into a critical year now that Joe Judge is out of his submarine and Matt Patricia, he gone.
For me, it's just trying to get my part done, and not only what would I do, but what if this happens, what would I do? So just trying to play the game within the game, and just not just standing there and doing nothing or cracking jokes, actually do something,
Now, in his defense, he was surrounded by nitwits calling the plays. But again, he broke the omerta, the mafia, the silence code of the Patriots organization by whoever he spoke to, it got to the papers. Boston Globe, the Herald had it. And then he's talking about, literally the phrase was, what are we doing here? Which I think if you watch the Patriots, you said the same thing, right?
Yes. What are we doing here?
But now you bring in Bill O'Brien. And you may have
trust him.
And you may have DeAndre Hopkins to throw to.
He's got a better situation. Listen, Joe Judge was a clown, okay? We know that now. But he's got a more experienced, better situation than he had. I have to believe in the situation around him more than I do Mac Jones. I think he's going to get better, and Bill O'Brien's going to get him better, Mike. And because of that stuff you're talking about, he will have a better season. But I got to see it, man. I got to see it. Because, again, if you start talking about quarterbacks we believe in, after watching Trevor Lawrence last year, there's no doubt in my mind. Urban Meyer set him back a season. You watch other young guys at that position, and I'm thinking, Mike, where am I at with Mac Jones? Do I trust him wholeheartedly? Right. I don't right now. I don't.
They could easily be the worst team in that division, too, and that's something you don't usually hear about the New England Patriots, not at least in the past 2 decades. All right, guys, we got to run. Turtle. Hit Chris's music, please.
Again, he's a one-man gang, Carl, running the show. Hey, we talked about this nip-tuck game, old-school National League ball game, until the Braves got to the bullpen. And the extra innings, the Phillies bullpen doing a great job. But, man, Marcell Ozuna, Carl, all those haters out there, those angry dudes, you want them gone now? Do you?
Well, I just tweeted out, bang! Do you still want to trade Marcell Ozuna? Right. He's coming through time and time again. More on the Braves as they hope to finish this thing up in Philly. And, by the way, Reds coming in here. Reds play tonight. They won 11 in a row. They'll come in this weekend, but we got to get through this game first, and we'll keep you updated. Stay right here at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. chomping on an apple here, so I got my mouth full, Mike. We were watching the Braves, and you were saying, and we were talking about Marcell Ozuna. Acuna hit a ball. Michael Harris was on base. I thought he should have scored, and we'll get into this with Grant McCauley a little bit later on. But it didn't matter because we had a huge inning, and, you know, the Braves are in position again to win this game if they're able to pull it off. And we'll see, but we'll keep you updated, guys. Braves winning right now 5-1 against the Phillies in the 10th inning. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Guys, keep hitting us up. Poll questions up as well. What are the Hawks going to do tonight? What do you want to see them do? For me, I want to see some moves made. I don't necessarily want to see who.
So to paraphrase Morris Day, you want to see some shaking.
Yes, I do. What did he say? Some bodies moving. I
want to see some bodies. I want to see some ass shaking.
Yeah, man. Here's where I'm at with this. I get it. We got the 15th pick. Package that, Mike. Send it somewhere. Put us in position to maybe make another deal to go get some more scoring. I'm looking at these other teams. A guy just hit me up, one of our loyal listeners, and he said, Dukes, why do you like this trade for CP3 to Golden State? Because he doesn't have to do much. All he's got to do is assist and set guys up. Listen, Steph Curry can play off the ball. Klay can play off the ball. This is not anything new for them. And now you're adding a veteran guy, no matter what you think about Chris Paul. And Mike is right. He is hurt in the playoffs, at least the last few years. It seems like he can't get right. But, Mike, you put him in that offense with those scores. Chris Paul's going to have 10 assists a night.
Right.
10 to 12 a night.
And we thought we may have had a situation with the Hawks last year. It turned to nothing. The coach went. And sometimes you have an untenable situation. Jordan Poole seemed to alienate himself from a lot of teammates. He got paid. He became a pain in the butt. And Draymond,
which is allegedly why he got punched.
Yeah, and that's why Draymond went over there and knocked the taste out of his mouth. But he was totally ineffective. I mean, he was single-digit scoring for the Lakers against the Lakers for Golden State. He's just not the same guy. And he looked like a guy that was going to be kind of a glue guy. Sometimes he plays point, brings the ball up. Remember when Steph was injured 2 years ago?
Yep.
He was a nice piece, and he kind of wore out his welcome. So you get him out there. But again, the great if on that one is just like we talked about for Zion Williamson, guy on the other end of his career seems to break down at the end of the season. So if you can put him on a pitch count and you can have him come out and play when it matters, that's great for Chris Paul.
I think what's happening here is Mike Dunleavy Jr., who's the new general manager, okay, is basically choosing Draymond over Poole. Draymond opted out. Doesn't matter. We want him back, and we'll work out a new deal. But I can't have this coexist in a toxic locker room. More importantly, who fits what we're trying to do better? And I'd rather, and I think this is the choice they made, Mike, I'd rather try and go on another run with Draymond, Klay, and Steph, add Chris Paul, and let's see what, they still got Kuminga and all these other guys. You've got some other pieces. We might be able to win another championship in the next few years, and I'd rather do that than try to bring this back and have this dysfunction that's been going on. So they let Poole go. That's how I see this move. Right. We'll see if it plays out. But, yeah, I do like it for Chris Paul because, again, he doesn't have to go there and be a star, guys. He can go there, play his role, and they're going to win without him, but they could be a lot better with him because he's another guy, if he's healthy, that can give you great mid-range game, and, Mike, he can create for other guys.
So we're going to see where the Hawks go. I'm going to do anything. I mean, I got to get more scoring. We told you yesterday, we talked about this with Lauren Williams and the AJC, just to give you, just so we're covering all the bases, giving all the angles. They might not do anything. And they might feel that, with Quinn Snyder, he's going to, I'm just playing, giving you one of the angles.
I know, but that doesn't make me happy.
DeAndre Hunter with Quinn Snyder's tutelage will be the consistent piece we so much pine for. The guy that goes to 31 against the Heat 2 years ago, we thought that's what we were getting, and then he went back to, kind of being inconsistent and disappearing in big moments.
I'm sorry. It doesn't get me excited for what may happen. Now, again, it's a long off season, but I'm just telling you, around the draft, this is when a lot of these deals are done. Because, again, you're talking about picks and future picks and moving pieces on the chessboard. We're going to see. I want you to hear Landry Fields before we talk some dogs here because Florida is coming. And Connor Riley said as much yesterday when he joined us from Dog Nation. Landry Fields talking about being comfortable with the options with the pick at 15.
Well, we're comfortable. Draft and the spectrum of possibilities, I think that's most likely what happens is picking at 15, but we're still looking at options to move up. There's some options where if we want to move back because we do feel like it is I guess the word is strong, but I think there's a lot of depth there. So still a few days.
Well, days have turned into hours now for Landry Fields. And you said they might stay at 15, and he did say that. We might stay at 15.
I got it. You reversed me on the Wrath of Khan. Hours would seem as days. Science fiction reference. Yeah, man, we don't know because we don't know what a Landry Fields draft is going to look like. We kind of know that Travis Schlenk is going to go for really good athletes who will have a pretty relatively quick impact as first round picks. They've all Kongwu was a 6th overall pick, and I think we're all high on his brand. We talked earlier about Jalen Johnson. You mentioned he spent a year in the D League. And now the G League, and he looks like he's ready to take that next step. Look, you know me, I loved A.J. Griffin. I thought A.J. Griffin could have done more in an expanded role this year. And maybe that's what they feel. They said they don't have to go out and get too many guys because they've got the guys in the building. They just got to go use them.
Okay. Well, listen.
Again, I don't like it, but that could be the mindset.
If again, Quinn Snyder, and we're going to talk more about this coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, but if Quinn Snyder believes that, Mike, and this is a reclamation project where you're going to get D. Hunter right, you're going to get DJ and Trey on the same page. Capella's going to give you more. If we don't do anything, this is what we're talking about. And then you guys are going to be mad halfway through the season and wonder why we didn't do anything. If you feel like you can get all of that and get the best out of John Collins, who should have increased numbers, and you're going to have better bench scoring, which we didn't have last year. You're staying the course with what we've got. I don't buy it.
Yeah, and I still think John Collins doesn't fit. I just think John Collins is miscast. I just don't. He doesn't have enough lead in his jumper to be down low. He's too inconsistent, a three-point shooter. That's kind of been it. And look, the scoring went down because more weapons were surrounded by him. So now when they go to him, I need you to be clutch. And he's not clutch enough. I love John's work ethic, and I love John's attitude. He says all the right things.
And it's about the right pieces.
But it's about the right piece. Exactly.
That's all it is.
And we said, I think A.J. Griffin can be a star in this league. I don't know enough about Sadiq Bey. I saw the good and the bad from Sadiq Bey. You see why Detroit maybe said, we're going to move on. Sometimes he looks like a baller. Sometimes he looks like a guy who just can't make a shot, and he looks inconsistent. So that's our team in a nutshell. Inconsistency with the exception of Trey. Trey's three-point shooting going to take a tick up this year. It went back last year.
No, it needs to. Coming up, we're going to talk more about this. It is NBA draft night, guys. Our coverage after our show with John Chuckery, Caleb Johnson, and Deshaun Tate. They are going to be live from the Hawks draft party down at State Farm Arena and giving you all the up-to-date information leading up to our pick 15. Let's talk some dogs.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
All right. They're coming. You may not be scared right now, but they're coming. And I'm talking about the Florida Gators. Before we play the soundbite from Connor Riley, Mike, the Braves did win today, 5-1. The game just finished, and we're going to talk more about this coming up here in less than 7 minutes. So stay tuned. We'll get you all filled in on what went down today. Great pitching matchup, but the Braves were able to pull it out. And again, now it is 8 in a row. 8 in a row for the Braves.
And again, this win streak would have been 15 or 16 now if you didn't lose that game up in Detroit. But hey, the blown saves, the blips on the radar, maybe I'm fretting over nothing. Great job today by Bryce Elder. They pushed back the A.J. Smith-Shawver start. And this was an old-school National League pitcher's duel until we got into the 10th with a runner on second. And then some big clutch hitting. Ozuna from the Braves comes through as well with a big home run.
All right, guys, that's on the way. Let's hear Connor Riley talk about Florida because, guys, they have moved into the top 5 in recruiting for 2024. Now, that may not be a big deal to you, but Billy Napier has picked up a slew of commitments as of late. And some of these guys changing their commitments from other schools, including Georgia, to go to Florida. And we're talking about the past 8 days. I asked Connor Riley about this and said, what do you think?
Right, and this is why Billy Napier was brought into Florida. It was the idea that he was going to have them recruiting at an elite level once again. Florida has not had a top 5 recruiting class since 2013 when Will Muschamp was the head coach. By comparison, for the last, I believe, 7 recruiting cycles, Kirby Smart has signed a top 4 class every time. And so they need to get to a place where, for Florida, it's not news that they're recruiting at this level. And that's the challenge that Billy Napier is tasked with. And I think the thing to keep in mind here, as you point out, Mike, they didn't sign a quarterback in this recruiting class. Now, they do have a 5-star prospect committed in DJ Lagway in the 2024 class, but Billy Napier is going to have to navigate a difficult 2023 season with a Florida team that is not all that talented. And the over-under is 5.5 games. And there's a world where, you win 4 or 5 games in year 2, you wonder what that momentum sets up to be. And I think as Kirby Smart will show and tell you, yes, bringing in those highly rated recruits helps, but you really don't start to reap the benefit of those guys until year 2, year 3 in your program. And so you're going to be waiting a little bit. And this recruiting class, I think, is a little bit of a lagging indicator for Florida. And I don't know if you guys have looked at Florida's schedule for the 2024 season. They play 11 Power 5 opponents. And so I think with Florida, it is going to be an uphill climb here. And while these are the positive first steps that Billy Napier has to take, and it's good that he's taking them, I'm just dubious that a powerful program like Florida is going to give someone like him the long runway that he seems to have sort of asked for. Where, if it's year 3 and you're not making, progress to being not just an 8-win team, but a 10-win team, I'm dubious that we're going to potentially be in a spot where we see these recruits have the sort of impact that they're possible to have.
Okay. What do you think?
I mean, he's got to get the quarterback, and you heard he does have one on the hook for the next year, but he did lose a big piece that, Florida fans are kind of losing their minds over Austin Simmons. We talked about that yesterday, that Lane Kiffin swooped in and got, and he reclassified his year because he's homeschooled. So apparently they got the accreditation, he's going to move up a year. But you got to have a quarterback. I mean, you got to have the QB. This year, Saban doesn't really have the quarterback. I know you and I talked about that. I mean, they've got a guy, Julian Sagan, who actually some say looked better than Dylan Raiola in the Elite 11 game. That was like, a week ago?
He did, Mike.
But that's going to be the next step for Alabama, because you could argue this year they don't really have the guy necessarily who's going to be the difference maker unless their defense is just so lights out.
So Florida, again, you need to put a few of these kind of classes together before we start talking about you being back or as a real contender. But with the playoff expansion, we've been saying this, a 2-loss Florida team might get in and with the way the SEC is going to be now, where everybody, you're playing a round robin and the top 2 teams are playing in the SEC championship game. I just think this is what Billy Napier needed to get some momentum going, Mike. And now we're potentially talking about Alabama, Georgia, Florida being in the top 5 of recruiting for 2024.
Well, and again, Josh Heupel's on the cusp. He's doing a good job, but Napier was brought in because Dan Mullen didn't recruit, or just it fell off so much that Florida fans were just furious about it. But one thing for certain, Anthony Richardson, if he stays, is a completely different conversation.
Yes.
Because, for all the things that they're going to try to improve at the NFL level, that's a guy that could have been electric this year for the Gators.
All right, coming up, Acuna comes through. Acuna for life. Riley comes through. And that man, Marcelo Zuna, comes through. We'll tell you how the Braves got it done in Philly coming up next.
and Bell
is the best.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Braves are red hot, guys. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. The team that is the hottest team in Major League Baseball is coming in here tomorrow. That's the Reds. Now, they could lose today. I'm not even looking at the schedule, but they've won 11 in a row. Braves have won 8. They didn't play last night, but today, Mike, was one of those games. Bryce Elder, 7 innings, 3 hits, 2 walks. He was very good today, and that's what you needed from Bryce Elder.
Look, he's been this year's version of last year's Kyle Wright. Kyle Wright was a guy that, because he didn't have all the acronyms, 20 wins used to be something pretty impressive when you and I were kids.
You're
but,
right.
He just went out there night in, night out and got the job done. I know Strider's got 8 wins as well, but this guy just did a fantastic job. And I felt that, we kind of take him for granted this season, but he's just solid. Maybe not, overpowering in some areas, but he uses, guile and smarts and mixing up his pitches. And it was great. And by the way, this game was kind of a microcosm of why maybe we took the Phillies too lightly last year. Their defense imploded. Schwarber butchers a play in the outfield, and their bullpen is not good. And we got to both. And that's how we get the win. Then Ozuna goes yard.
Well, and let's talk about, again, the clutchness of this team. It's been there all season long. It's been a variety of guys, right? Some nights it's Acuna. Some nights it's Monty Harris, as he's gotten hot as of late. Some nights it's Riley or Olsen, or it's been Ozuna. And the thing about Ozuna, guys, and, we make the joke because when he was going through his struggles, I continue to ask you guys, you still want to trade him? And he's getting knock after knock after knock and driving guys home and winning games for us. I think he's settled in, Mike. He's not going anywhere, but it's a running joke because he was such a disaster to start the season, and it's fair. Everybody was like, what the hey? What are we going to do with this guy? Now we're not doing anything. You just chill and let Snit put him in the lineup wherever he wants to put him, whether it's cleanup, Mike, whether it's DA, it doesn't matter. Where he's at right now, he's just coming through for you.
Yeah, we asked the question last night. I'm loving Ozzy at the 2. I like Olsen at the 5, and I think Ozuna's now earned the right to bat. Again, and you're going to argue with Snit? I mean, you just touched on it. This guy has been a genius, has been really sublime with finding the right combinations, and he's never locked into an idea, too. He'll show some flexibility, but Ozuna now up to 241. And, get back to your initial question, because you and I were kind of poking the bear at some of those dudes. I don't know what it is. There's some kind of self-righteous, holier-than-thou crap that comes out on social media with people that were banging on Ozuna. Some of those guys are the same guys who don't like the style of Acuna's jewelry. So you can read your own inference there. But, yeah, he was terrible, Carl. 091 for April, 297 in May, 327 in June. So the guy's been on fire, the home run pop, and more importantly, the clutch home run. Not the solo shot late, but the big ones that matter.
Yeah, his on base has gone up, obviously, with the knocks he's getting. It's Dukes and Bell.
Nearly 800 now, by the way.
Yeah, it's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Arcia today, 0 for 4, and this is what I'm talking about. But there have been nights where Arcia is like the guy. This is how you win a World Series, guys. It's not about one guy carrying you. It's certainly not about one pitcher. This is about a complete team effort. And, if I would have told you, hey, they're going to get rained out and Bryce Elder's going to go 7 innings tomorrow, you would have said, nah, nobody's been doing that. All these pitchers have been going 5 2/3.
And that's my beef. That's my beef, right?
He went 7 today against a very good Phillies lineup and was holding his own. So, Mike, if and this gets back to whether or not we're going to make a move. Again, trade deadline, some time off. But if Elder's pitching this way, and you get Fried back, and we talk about Wright, and now AJ pitching the way he's been, and again, he's young, but it doesn't matter. If he feels like, Mike, he's where he's supposed to be, he's going to give you results. Maybe we don't need a starter, but we still maybe need bullpen help.
I'm still going to bang the drum for a starter only because if it passes prologue and you don't know where you're going to go and some other injury crops up, I still want a guy, it doesn't have to be a rock star, but go get me somebody solid. I don't want an Odorizzi, but, go get me somebody who can help to eat some innings, take pressure off the bullpen, because I still feel if you look at 20, I know you hear me say this every week, guys, but 21 was the year. Even then, we still had to, bounce around without enough pitching at times. Go get one more starter, 2 pitchers for the bullpen. Hopefully Iglesias, these are just little ripples, and he'll be fine, although he just doesn't look as overpowering as perhaps you'd like him to be. Are you more confident about Rizal now than we were about Kenley Jansen or Will Smith in previous years?
Well, what has he got now? 11, 12 saves, I think, since he's been back.
Got a late start.
Today he pitched, okay, the way that you normally would in these situations. We're going to go with our closer to get to extra innings. So he came in. He didn't give up any hits. He didn't give up any runs, obviously.
Nick Anderson today, yeah.
And then Anderson came in and gave up a hit and a run, but that was the one in an extra innings, which, it's 5-1. It doesn't matter
Guy
at
at
that
second
point.
base, right.
But, Mike, I feel better about Iglesias at this point than I do or did with our previous closer. But I'll say this. I know what's bugging you, and I've been saying this to you. It's not as if the gate's open and you realize this dude's about to come in and throw 100 miles per hour. Yeah, that's what's bugging you. He's getting the job done. And, guys, he's going to blow a couple of saves. All these great guys do. It's just what it is. And I'm not even putting him in the category of elite closers. He's a very good closer. He hasn't earned that yet. We've got to put together a stretch of 35, 40 saves over the next few years, and then we'll start talking about Iglesias. But he's getting the job done. But I know what's bugging you.
Yeah, I mean, and I get it. You can count those guys on maybe one hand right now in the show. And even the guys that have been dominant in the past aren't maybe there's such a hot commodity. Remember, was it Heater with the Brewers? Of course, Freddie took downtown in that classic win in the NLDS. But yeah, man, I want a little bit more velocity. I just covered some of those. The good Dodger pitchers are kind of not really good right now. Their bullpen's kind of all over the place. But it's interesting you see some guys around the league just coming and throwing 100 miles an hour and shutting it down. Minter was good today too, by the way.
He was.
Pache got an at bat, and again, this goes back to the conversation with you and me about some guys hold on to the prospects. Yeah, Pache's batting .333. He's missed half the season. Guys, well, look, some guy hit me up on the literally on the text line. Look at Pache batting. Oh, you want to go back in time? You want Pache back? What are you, high? Pache by the end of the year will be hitting 225 because that's what he does. And oh, by the way, Minter struck him out on some high cheese. Get out of here. You guys are still hung up on. You know what? I can stop reading the text line. We encourage you to text. I'm just not going to read it. Carl, you're in charge.
Well, here's the deal. They may be smoking that weed that you talked about in that video you sent out a few days ago because the Pache experiment was long over. And you know what's crazy about that is it played out exactly how it should have played out.
Right.
They bring up Harris, and everybody goes, what's the deal? And Harris was the better prospect. We now know that. He's already gotten paid, and he's already contributing to you being a playoff team. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
I have the stat for you guys, by the way. You want Braves fans to calm down?
Lay it on me.
Braves plus 106 run differential. Miami Marlins minus 18. Phillies minus 19.
Ooh.
Mets minus 15. Nats minus 61. The most lopsided division in the MLB by a landslide.
It's not even close. It's not even close. And that plus differential is basically it's the Braves outscoring their opponents by a wide margin. And you see it again today, 5-1. Right. Ozuna, by the way, Mike, 14th homer of the season with this dinger today.
Right. And by the way, Pache's only got 34 at-bats this year. So come on, guy. Somebody sees this. It's like that. Who was it last week when I kept calling the guy in the Mavericks a bum? Some guy looks at one little number on the stat sheet. Well, he's a 40% free. He does. Yeah, Davis Bertans. Who are these people?
That's right.
These mutants who look at one little line. They pick the one number they think validates the argument. Stop it. Pache's a bum. He's a bust. Good luck in Philly, please.
Elder, Minter, Iglesias, Anderson, the 4 pitchers today on record, and they come through. So, again, tomorrow and this weekend, I actually can't wait because the Cincinnati Reds are playing with a lot of confidence. They haven't had a win streak like this. You got to go back to like the 50s or 60s where they've run off.
The 70s. Yeah, big red machine.
11. No, I actually think, Mike, it's even further back than that.
Really?
Yeah.
You're telling me that they didn't put together like a 10-win season?
Well,
wow.
This is 11 in a row, and I saw somewhere where it was like the last time they had this kind of win streak was 60s or late 50s, early 60s. Either way, they're hot.
Right.
And they're coming in here with a lot of confidence and bravado, and here are the Braves with the best league or the best record in the National League. I want to see what happens this weekend and how the Braves, go after these guys. I really do. And I think it's going to be a fun, entertaining series.
Hey, man, I stand corrected. The mark for the most consecutive wins for the Reds, 1899, 14. I would have thought those big red machine teams with Johnny Bench and Pete Rose would have won like 10 or 12 or 14 or 15 or more.
Yeah, I think it was the last time was maybe 9 in a row or something like that, and that goes back to the late 50s or 60s. Wow. Either way, you run off 11 in a row in Major League Baseball. It's a big deal.
Right, and Votto's back and healthy, and he's giving him a huge bounce. Part of the reason is Votto's back.
All right, guys, more with Grant McCauley coming up. Braves win. Braves win. The Braves win. Hey, we got some guy talk coming up, Mike Bell. What are we talking about?
Yeah, man, we've been monitoring the situation over the week. A lot of guys have been following it. Carl and I today talked about it earlier for guys who missed it. Some sad news from the North Atlantic about the submersible. The word is out from the Coast Guard. We'll get into some of that. Also, Carl, I got a funny little story for you involving the dog. And if you missed it, Carl in a near-death experience with an elevator. Stay tuned.
Hello. It's Dukes and Bell.
Get your mind tuned in. Let's go be world champions. On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans.
Yeah, buddy, sun shining. Kind of a sloppy start to the day. Looks beautiful now, and a great win for the Bravos, man. They go to extra innings, and then they break out to whooping stick and win 5-1. More on that with Grant McCauley coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Hey, I'm excited, man. I get up to your neck of the woods today. You know, I never get up to, I've never been to Avalon.
You've been invited.
I know, but, you know, I live halfway to Alabama now, so
Yeah, I'm talking about when you were in Midtown, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, that was different. Then I didn't want to get outside 285.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It was a choice. Now you're making this trip because your boys are coming in.
Yeah, man. Wausau High School, class of 86. Fred Palooza going on. So, and we're not driving because we don't do that and drinking. So I'm going to park the car up there and just have a good time. So if you see us out, buy us a shot. We'll let you buy us another one. But good times, man. I'm going to play some golf this weekend. I think Tribble's in. So appreciate the boss, Mike Conti, letting us have some time off. Because Mike is off because he had a wedding to attend, amongst other things, on vacay. Our good buddy, Jason Longshore, who was on with us yesterday. And we were busting his chops about what would your goal score call sound like.
Yes.
Because he was handling the play-by-play duties last night. Well, it was great. Youth movement. Had to go with all these young guys. Kid comes in. If you didn't watch the game last night on Apple, literally 10 minutes, he gets pulled in. Firmina comes in. All these guys from Atlanta United, too. A lot of homegrown talent against NYCFC, and this happens.
Joel, 1v1 with O'Toole. Joel into the 18 to Lennon. Lennon pops it back, top of the 6, headed on, and in! Goal! 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 And it's Nick Firmino! Firmino, the magic man from Atlanta United 2, rescues the first team tonight at the Benz, 2-2.
Outstanding, Jason. The ball's in the net. It sounds like Jason's balls did not drop. But that's a great call right there as United goes on and get the draw. When a draw feels like a win.
Firmino!
Listen, I can't say anything. I sound like crap right now, but I get it.
Goal!
I love it, Jason.
Nice. Now, again, he rejected my call for biscuits and gravy for everybody, which had nothing to do with anything, but he went with actually something that made sense because it referred to...
It made me laugh yesterday when you wanted him to do it on call. I want to hear your goal call right now.
Well, I mean, do you think when guys that do play-by-play radio and TV, they have their resume tapes, they send that to the teams. But imagine somebody, you're up for the Reds gig. Let me hear your home run call.
Let me hear it right now.
Who's it bad? I don't know. Did you ever do, and I think you and I have talked about this. Have you ever, I got a chance just for like 2 years when I worked in Virginia to do Bluefield Orioles baseball, minor league baseball, and it was great. But did you ever do like pretend baseball, like on a tape recorder or anything? Me and my best friend Tommy Schroeder, we used to do like make-believe baseball games with the old scorecard from the night before, like the episode in MASH when they do the 51 Dodgers Giants play-by-play.
You mimic the call?
They get Frank Burns to bet on Brooklyn.
Yeah.
But then they realize that the Giants actually won.
It's the wrong call. I didn't, Mike. I mean, you know, I covered it for over a decade, and I'll say this: I had a real respect for all the guys that I got a chance to be around in calling baseball. It's the hardest thing to call. Like baseball, to me, it is, and soccer is right there because it's constant.
Right.
The ball's moving all the time. You know, and so, but no, I never did that. But I got mad respect for those guys. And I'll say this, though. Jason did an amazing job last night filling in. We asked him, though, that this goes back to yesterday's show when Mike literally put him on the spot. I want to hear it now.
Magic man from Atlanta United 2.
So there it is. We draw that again. That's one of those when a tie, a draw does feel like a win. All right. Before we get to Carl it's a story of man versus machine coming up, and a story of survival in the parking lot outside Mercedes-Benz. But first, just real quick, because we did tease it, and you may have already seen it. It was obviously gripped the nation and the world. The Titanic sub-passengers apparently all died instantly in a, quote, catastrophic implosion, according to the U.S. Coast Guard. Wreckage from the submersible found near the Titanic. They used the Navy's ROV, which can go all the way down, obviously it's robot-controlled, and they found some of the pieces that were attached. So the questions, and this goes back to, and you and I were talking about this yesterday, one of the folks who was initially working with the project apparently said, are you sure about this and how this thing is constructed? And a lot of folks, at Ocean Gate said this guy was just a disgruntled employee. Well, the squeaky wheel might have been right about this because this means the hull wasn't sound, didn't maintain integrity, and the only silver lining is the people, Carl, would have died instantly. So there would have been no time to know what happened.
Yeah, I just was thinking about this morning when I got up and I saw, and the headline was the oxygen will run out this morning. And that's just like, whoa. Right? If, in fact, they were still alive this morning, and we don't know, Mike, at what point this thing imploded. It could have imploded, guys, when they lost contact. And this thing could have been headed down there without propulsion or whatever, and this could have happened maybe Monday. We don't know. But, I just thought about that, and I was like, that's brutal. But to your point, it happened so fast. Hopefully, they were not aware of what was going to take place. And the fact that the statement is, sadly, they've been lost.
Right. And one of the folks, as you guys know, Stockton Rush was the CEO of Ocean Gate, a French Titanic expert. The Pakistani businessman, his 19-year-old son. That one was kind of tough. So the Coast Guard does confirm that at least if there's any, solace for the family's victims it happened like that.
Yeah, I get back to, again, the materials with this particular vessel were questioned before,
right? And
it will be questioned as they move forward. Titanium and all the things, and allegedly, Mike, and again, I don't know all of this, but they said they cut costs, and they were like, hey, the ship or the vessel will be lighter, and we can, do more of these, and when you start to cut costs, usually that means safety comes into play.
We're going down 2.5. I think whatever James Cameron was in, that's what you want to be.
Correct.
Right. All right, man. If you missed it earlier, Carl and I, we had things to do after the match and not get to stick around, unfortunately. So we're both heading for the red lot.
I'm sorry, Jason Longshore just tweeted at us.
What did he say?
Nothing. It's a character. It's a guy. His eyes are just moving around. Because DJ Diesel said, y'all better leave my Jason Longshore alone.
See, don't do this. Now, this is what happens when we make fun of Squidbilly. You guys are, you be provocateurs, and we love Jason. He's the best in the business. We're having fun, and you make it sound like we're making fun of him. How dare you? See, that's not what we're doing. We're celebrating with him, not mocking the game drawing call.
Magic Man from Atlanta United 2.
That's awesome. It's awesome. But yeah, Jason just hit us up with that meme like, what's going on? What are you guys talking about? Yeah, man, I'm lucky to be alive, Mike. It's that simple. My arm and my bag got stuck in the elevator last night. Mike literally gets off on the 4th floor at the red lot. I go down. I'm like, hey, I think I'm down one. I go down one more. Ding, elevator opens up. It might as well have been speaking to me. You will die tonight. Because I stepped out. And have you ever just stepped halfway out and you realize, oh, this might not be the floor I'm on?
But unfortunately, you bring a bowling ball bag behind you, so you've got your accoutrements that you've got to then pull through the elevator.
I got my computer and all my stuff in there, and my hand.
We discussed this. I said, I get out at 4, you're at 3.
Yeah, right.
You doubted yourself.
I did, and I had my hand like this behind me. If you can see this on Twitch or if you're watching the show on YouTube, and my hand and my bag are behind me, and I realized, oh, I don't think this is the right floor. By that time, the elevator door had closed. My hand and the bag are stuck. So what do you try to do? You try to hit the sensor so the door opens.
Right. The sensor is usually around waist high, and sometimes I guess now again, I'm sure somebody at World Congress Center has been appraised of the situation after we talked about this earlier. I would hope so. But apparently, unless of course it's a Stephen King movie and the elevator is quasi like the movie Christine,
it takes people out.
It's the red lot.
As Chris said, the movie trailer would be,
in the red lot, you'd better take the stairs.
People die. People drive in, but they don't drive out.
The elevator's a killing machine.
Just think there's some kid in his car right now. Parents got tickets for a United match. Where are we parking, Dad? We're in the red lot. Dukes and Bell said it's a death trap.
But listen, I got to thank these two guys. I don't know who they were. We didn't even exchange names. But if they don't pull up,
two undersized soccer fans came to your assistance.
You said that. I didn't say that.
Well, I said, Carl goes,
you called them pipsqueaks.
I was like, you said, help me. Little help over here, little help. I just had a guy like Debo or someone just worked at a Gold's Gym, came over, got the door open.
So yesterday, you know this. I wasn't screaming. I'm trying to rest my voice.
See, I didn't hear you. I'm like 25 feet above you. I couldn't hear you.
So these guys drive up, they park, and I literally look at these two guys, and I'm waving my hand like, you see me struggling over here. I can't scream across the parking lot. One guy comes over and goes, I'll help you out. And Mike, he grabs the door and he goes, Eee! He doesn't move the door two centimeters. Okay. So then his buddy sees him. He's, I'll help you out. He comes over. We're all trying to open this door. And luckily it opens just enough for my bag to come out. Guys, I'm telling you, my arm should be crushed right now. I was sweating profusely. I get into my car, Mike, went to go home. I had to sit there for a minute. I was like, it was a life and death experience with this elevator.
Well, thanks to our buddy Ronald who hits us up. According to Georgia codes, the elevator doors should be set to no greater closing force of 30 pounds in the center third of the door.
Oh, that was more than 30 pounds, player. I mean, you had 3 full-grown men trying to open this thing and get it. And when I say open it, not completely, we're talking about how much is this, Mike? How much is
that's
that?
about, are we talking like you're talking to a girl? That would be 3 feet.
Okay, I'm talking. How much?
It's about 1.5 feet.
Okay. Thank you. This is how much.
4 inches.
This is how much space I needed to get my bag through. I should have asked you that. I should have said, Chris, how much is this? That's how much I need.
So yes, it's more space.
But I didn't even open it. We didn't even attempt to open it all the way.
So again,
the red lot. Folks park, but they never come out.
It's got a real Stephen King kind of vibe, especially if you go under the. We said this. If you come off of Baker Street, you take the back way past Stats.
Spooky back there.
It's spooky. It's subterranean. Imagine an old guy not parking the red light like the poltergeist. You are gonna die. Anyway, there's a guy talk brought to you by Duke's Bell Hey Man Ale. Watermelon Lime is hitting stories as we speak. Can't get enough of it because you guys love it so much. Look for that or the OG, the original Dukes and Bell Hey Man Ale at Publix and everywhere else.
All right, guys, coming up, comedian Dave Attell. We've got tickets. He's at the Buckhead Theater on Friday, November 17th. Stay tuned. We'll give you a chance to win those. And we're going to talk about the Falcons' revamped defense. We've been going literally position by position. We're going to focus on the defense today, and our Braves win again. Stay right there. It's Dukes and Bell.
Go, go, go!
It's like Peter Brady.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Whoa! Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report is brought to you by Jack Daniels. Make it count. Jack Daniels, please drink responsibly. And sponsored by MD Anderson Cancer Center on Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. It is good to have you listening on this Thursday. A lot going on, including our Braves winning again. It's 8 in a row as they were able to beat the Phillies today. It was extra innings, guys. We're going to talk all about it with Grant McCauley coming up a little bit later on. But another clutch day, Mike, for Marcell Ozuna from the Braves.
I am Ozuna from the Braves. I got Michael Harris straightened out, and now I'm hitting clutch home runs. Or you like more Scarface? You tell me. Whatever you want to do.
No, I'm sorry. It's
so,
Antonio Banderas.
No, some of you guys want to run me out of town.
Right.
Not so funny now,
That's Scarface.
Not so funny now, huh?
That's Scarface.
Yeah. For all I know, you guys have my cousin Angel Fernandez killed. But that's done. I hit home runs now, okay? Okay, I had a DUI, I had a few minutes doing pops, okay? Go in the street, I make a few moves, okay? I hit home runs.
Yes.
I make things, I stir the drink, okay? Bad metaphor. Bad metaphor. I am Ozuna from the Braves.
I stir the drink. Yeah, man, another clutch day for him, which is great because we need it. We need all these guys to be hitting. Reds come in here tomorrow. We're going to talk with Grant, as we said, coming up. Tonight is NBA draft, guys. Here's where we're at. We're just getting you caught up. We're going to talk more about this as well a little bit later on this hour. But a big trade today is the Wizards agree to send Chris Paul to the Wizards for a package that includes Jordan Poole and future draft assets. Now, that can mean multiple picks down the road. We don't know. But basically, it's Paul for Poole, and then they'll get some additional picks. The other deal that happened today, which, again, I was like, wow, when you decide to trade Marcus Smart to the Grizzlies, Porzingis is involved in this deal. He's going to end up going to the Celtics, Mike. And listen, it sounds all great, right? Porzingis can score. I think he averaged 23 a game. But I just feel like the Celtics' heart and soul was Marcus Smart. He was the guy in that locker room that everybody listened to. And I think these two guys, and Jaylen Brown, who's from Atlanta, and also Tatum, are going to have to step their game up when it comes to the leadership role now.
Yeah, and according to published reports now from Boston, Marcus Smart completely blindsided by the trade. And the good news is if you're Memphis, and eventually after Josh spends his 25 games on the sideline, he can be a guy that can maybe bring some stability and leadership that is so sorely missing. You know, that team's got so much talent in Memphis, but they all run their mouths and they can't finish, and then they don't want to talk to the media. So here's a guy who brings maybe some accountability there. First things first, he's got to get over the sticker shock of going to Memphis. And then getting back to Chris Paul, a lot of guys are hitting us up on the text line on Twitter saying he's 38. Too old. He can't stay healthy. I just think this is more about Jordan Poole got paid and became a cancer in that Golden State locker room.
I do too.
And I was telling Carl, we were talking during the commercial break, Caleb Johnson, who's here on our station doing the updates and doing live stuff, he was saying, I don't get why they would give him $30 million and then move him on. Maybe the loot turned him into a complete schnook. And then how do you think that video got released? You got Draymond Green. That's a closed video of practice that somehow made its way to the public of Draymond walking over deliberately and popping Poole right in the kisser.
Yeah, here's the deal, though, just plain and simple. Draymond's more important to a championship run than Poole. And you may say, well, you're going to go find another guy like Jordan Poole. Yeah. And I think Chris Paul's going to fit in perfectly with the Warriors. I'm not telling you that you can crown them. They're not the champions. The West is going to be a beast next year, and Denver is currently, atop the throne. But, Mike, I think you can go and find adequate scoring, as they have done over their championship years, with various guys, Iguodala, all these different guys that have come in and played a role. You can do that, but you can't replace Draymond. And that is what I think the decision was. Poole can go. Dysfunction in the locker room. We got to move on.
And Draymond opted out, but obviously they can make the deal. And Mike Dunleavy Jr., the guy that played at Duke for under Krzyzewski, he's now a guy calling shots, played in the league as well. You remember his dad was the coach, and he's the guy now in charge.
All right, guys, let's talk Falcons because we've been taking a look at different positions and all that's been going on the last week here. And we want to talk about this revamped defense and the additions of what this defense has added. Jesse Bates signed a 4-year, $64 million contract. He was the best safety on the market. The Falcons made it happen. That included an $18 million signing bonus. The reason why I'm giving you these numbers is because I need you to put in context the money that was spent on the players to improve this defense. Caden Ellis, Mike, signs a 3-year, $21.5 million deal. It included a $5.2 million signing bonus, $10 million guaranteed. He comes over, he can play. And you said you think he might potentially lead the team in sacks.
I'm just, if you want to like hedge kind of a funky bet, because you and I were saying who could be our sort of surprise MVP on both sides, I'm gonna go with Caden Ellis. I think Ellis, he was brought over here for a reason by the new DC, comes over here and says, Ryan Nielsen, I can use this guy and set him up for success.
We also signed David Onyemata's 3-year deal, $35 million contract for the big defensive lineman, including $12 million signing bonus, $24 million guaranteed. I told you guys this. Outside of Cam Jordan, he was the next best interior defensive lineman on the Saints the last 5 years, period. There is no anybody else. I'm going to talk about the other guy, Davenport. No, it's been this guy. And then you signed Calais Campbell, Mike. 1 year, $7 million. Now, remember when this contract came out, we were like, whoa, wait a minute. That's a little bit more than what we thought. How many snaps are we getting for that price from Calais Campbell?
And we thought maybe 25, because 25 is where it was at last year. This is a good problem to have, though, guys. We've got the rotation. I know phrases, what's the phrase? NASCAR package. The Giants kind of started that by rotating guys in back, almost 20, 15 years ago. Other teams, the elite teams, have got the depth. When the Falcons were really good going to the Super Bowl and all the way to 17, when we completely shut down the Rams in the building and stymied the Eagles. Should have won that game, Carl. You're rotating guys like Babineau and all those big dudes that we had that were space grabbers, and some guys were role players. And this is something now that, Claiborne was one. Remember him? He was one of those dudes.
I do.
This is what we've got now. And maybe it's not sexy, but there were no big-time edge rushers to grab. I know Bud Dupree's long in the tooth, but he's not going to give you, to Carl's point, he's not going to be on the field for 50 snaps. They're going to rotate these guys in key moments. And for what it's worth, the other added aspect of Calais Campbell is he is a leader. He kind of gives you some of the things that Dwight Freeney gave us, I should say, when he came in here in 16.
So you've got playmakers now at every level, right? That's how you have to look at this. And that's not to include, Mike, the improvement of guys that we currently have. AJ's going to be better this year, guys. AJ Terrell, I'm telling you, talk to AJ. He's excited about the season. He wants to be better and be back in that class of elite corners this year. Jesse Bates, again, has been an all-pro safety. Then you talk about Caden Ellis and playing on that Saints defense. The defense is the reason why they were in this window that they've been in for the last 5 years of potentially getting to a Super Bowl prior to Breeze retiring. He's been a part of that. He knows what this is about. Onyemata knows what this is about. Calais Campbell's he's done a lot of things in his life and his career. And Mike, from all of this, I just think now I look at every level, which we haven't had, you have playmakers. I'm not forgetting about Grady. I'm not forgetting about the other guys that have made impacts on this defense, and Troy Anderson, you mentioned this. I think he's going to take the next step.
Now, guys out there will still be looking at what Nakobe Dean does and what Troy Anderson does, because that was remember the big rallying cry, and Nakobe fell all the way to the third round, and we took this guy in the second. But I'm telling you, he's a different kind of athlete, and he does fit what we're looking for. Nakobe, and not diminishing what he's going to maybe do in the NFL, but this guy just is a different kind of player. And I know that some guys are like, who? I was one of those guys on draft night 2 years ago. But now he's going to have dudes in front of him who are going to keep the guards and the linemen off of him to allow him to really pop. And that's what how do you think Debo had such an impact his rookie year? Because we had the kind of depth on defensive line.
Yeah, you got to keep these guys, the big guys, off of the offensive linemen, off of your linebackers and let them flow. And if they're able to do that, then they can make these plays. I mean, listen, Ray Lewis will tell you this. All those years that he was great, he had a big guy in front of him. Keeping, whether it was Tony Saragusa or other guys that came after Goose, Mike, keeping those guys off of you. You got to be able to make those plays and flow. 404-726-0929. It is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. You can always text the show as we take a look at the Falcons' revamped defense. We've been talking about positions and O-line and all these different things, and we will get back into the NBA draft tonight. Hawks pick 15th currently. They could trade that. They could package a deal. We are still waiting to see what's going to happen as Landry Fields is now in charge of all of those moves for our Atlanta Hawks as the general manager. But as far as the Falcons, and by the way, I know you mentioned Jeff Okudah. They trade for him.
Right.
All of a sudden, if that works.
Yeah, I know some guys immediately saying this is the same thing you and I always joke around about. Guys are already you're worried about problems we don't even have yet. Well, what if Okudah's really good? Well, they'll find a way to sign him. If they don't, then he'll be able to bankroll his 1 year here and go get some loot somewhere else. But A.J. Terrell's got a contract coming up. If Okudah comes out and does his job, maybe you find a way to accommodate both. And remember, with all these 1 year contracts on defense, you're going to have, and you also, guys, we've got the freedom of cap space. Just because we invested like $180 some odd million in the guaranteed or the contracts over the life of these deals, you know how it works in the NFL, guys. You only see the signing bonus. They've got more flexibility than they had as they were getting crushed those last couple of years with the Julio and Matt hit. So we got room, man.
Well, none of these deals, even the Bates deal, Mike, only 4 years. Usually after year 2, you can get out of these deals, and it doesn't crush you with the cap hit. So, again, this isn't guys who are making $35 or $40 million. This isn't quarterback money. It's significant, don't get me wrong, but I'm not worried about us getting back into cap hell because of the way these deals are structured.
Well, we debated for years, the previous regime, general managers, how do you build your defense? You build it from the back to the front. A lot of general managers in the NFL say, no, you got to go get pass rush, down linemen, 7 guys that can go get it. So when you say you get Bates, we're not building from the back to the front. We're building simultaneously. We just told you the example of all the depth, all the pieces. We're going to be in the pass rush. You might actually see a bunch of sacks this year at Mercedes-Benz. When's the last time you can say you did that? We were second worst to the Bears last year.
The Bears.
So if we get to 38 or 40 sacks, we literally double the number. And when you look at the guys we added, that's not like pie in the sky. That's like a realistic expectation.
All right, want to know what you guys think? Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I may put him up. See Dukes. The radio show is Dukes and Bell 929. Follow the radio station at 929 The Game. Stay up on everything that's going on. This hour is brought to you by All Four Seasons Garage and Entry Doors. As we're talking about the Falcons, Braves win today in extra innings. And it was a fun game because, as Mike said, old school National League pitching duel. And I'm just, listen, Elder, he surprised me today. Mike, he really did. He threw 7 innings. This wasn't where, he threw 5 and they had to grind through the bullpen. Bullpen stepped up. But Elder did a hell of a job today against that Phillies offense.
And, if you go back and you look at some of the games, Elder can have like 10 wins this year, 11 wins, because he's had some no decisions where they've gone, let's be honest, sometimes it's late inning heroics. In this case, they got to extras. They got the job done. Azuna, the Phillies do what Phillies do. They had Schwarber butchering the ball in the outfield. It's just fun to watch this team because they're so clutch. And as I said earlier, Bryce Elder, we'll talk to Grant McCauley about it. He's kind of like this year's Kyle Wright. He's kind of like that go-to guy. He's what you're going to get. Steady Eddie.
7 innings, 3 hits, walking 2, struck out 5. It's a solid day against the Phillies, man. And the Phillies are chasing us, guys. You know this. These head-to-head matchups. And by the way, they did mention, if we didn't mention this already, that doubleheader after last night will be made up September 11th.
Right. I said 10 wins. He should have 7 or 8 wins. He's 5-1 this year. No decision for Elder, but he did the job.
All right, guys. We're going to come back. We got to talk about what the Hawks are going to do. Landry Fields was saying he's about picking guys who fit the culture. What is the culture of our Atlanta Hawks? We're going to talk about it next.
And, Carl, there's one more thing we need to break down for the people when we get back. Here it is.
See, this is going to cause trouble.
Firmino!
You're comparing Jason with Peter Brady.
This is Maggie.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
Who are we? What are we? I'm talking about our Atlanta Hawks. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. NBA draft tonight. And listen, a few years back when we had a top 3 pick and we didn't know where this thing was going to go, listen, if you don't remember, and if you weren't here, I was the guy saying, let's go get Trae Young. I think he's a perfect fit. Right. He led the NCAA in scoring. He can assist. He's a shooter. And they did. They traded Luka, and obviously we know how that played out. Mike, that was an exciting time. Tonight we have pick 15. We are no longer in the, we're still building mode, and we need to draft young players and see what they have. That was the JC, Trae, Cam Reddish, DeAndre Hunter, Red Velvet, all these guys that we drafted. It was, let's put this group together and see what happens. Well, we've seen what has happened. And now, Mike, I am not interested personally in drafting younger guys and getting younger. I need veteran guys, which is why I want Landry Fields to go make some deals.
All right, I'll play devil's advocate. I'm not comfortable in this role, but I'll try anyway. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that they feel they're going to stay the course and that, a full year with Quinn Snyder working with Jalen Johnson and A.J. Griffin, and he's going to figure out the mystery of DeAndre Hunter to make him consistent. We don't really have to do anything. And because we're not going to have any first-round picks anytime soon that we gave those 3 to the Mavericks, let me find somebody who will fit into the plan. Now, this is no longer Travis Schlenk's vision. This is now Landry Fields' vision. And when you look at where we're picking, it's a bunch of dudes. There's nobody you guys would even know. I mean, Deshaun Tate knows. He'll be on the broadcast tonight with our man John Chuckery live at State Farm.
Well, when you say knows, we're talking about how do they fit what we do? What is their game about? You may have heard the name.
You might recognize somebody who made a run in the Final Four.
Correct.
You only saw him for 1 year, but how do they fit? Do you feel, okay, we're going to finally make the move. We waited 2 years to trade John Collins till his value got next to nothing, so we're going to get him off the books because the owner, this is purely subjective. I don't know what the philosophy is, but does the owner want to get in the luxury tax? So are you going to get Collins and maybe Capella off the books? Does that mean we're going to draft a big man tonight? And a big man that you feel can be the future of this thing. I don't know. So I don't know if they're thinking that strategically. I'm with you. I would just trade the pick and let's go get a guy here who can score 20-some-odd points, package it as part of whatever we're going to move off the roster, and let's go.
Now, one of the rumors out there is still about John Collins, to Mike's point, and whether it's the Mavs and making a deal with them at 10 and trading John away, and we move up to go get who, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. This thing is wide open after the first 3 picks, and we're talking about, Wemby. That's Victor Wembanyama, Brandon Miller, who might go 3rd now. I'm hearing Scoot right here from Atlanta could be the 2nd overall pick, and I think he will be tonight with Charlotte. But either way, those are your three top picks. Outside of that, Mike, then you start getting into, okay, who do you really like? How do they add to our team? And what's the next best guy on the board? I want you to hear Landry Fields because I was a little taken back by this. Because if I asked you right now, what are we? What do we do well? More importantly, if I said, hey, describe what the Hawks are culturally. Well, we're a great rebounding team. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, we shut teams down. We play great defense. We're one of the best defensive teams in the league. Mm-hmm. You know what? We shoot the heck out of the 3.
We have no identity. I said that to you earlier. We don't shoot the 3 particularly well. Even Trae took a step backwards. We've never played great defense. We had a great run of defense in 21, and then Billy Knight. That's an old Billy Knight would have told you who we're drafting, and you just stuck with it. But no, going back to Nate McMillan, Nate tried to apply some attitudes about defense, which these guys just never picked up, and he's gone. So I'm with you. I have no idea. What Hawks fan after, what is their identity? We don't score really in the transition. We do pick and roll once in a while, but every NBA team does that, right?
Yeah, every team does. Let's hear Landry Fields talk about drafting guys that will fit the Hawks culture.
I don't think so. Actually, the last question, we do have a lot of depth. We got guys that weren't playing towards the end of the year that were playing early on in the year. And because the NBA is a business that changes all the time, variables change all the time, whether it's injury, trades, or just the nature of the beast, it's less about positional need and more about the talent and the fit.
Talent and fit.
So less about the positional need, more about the talent and the fit.
So you take a point guard tonight.
Okay.
Right? That's what he's saying. Yeah. If a point guard is on the board, I'm going to take a point guard. Here's the one thing I know. Landry, we better have a backup plan in case we lose DJ. We better have a backup plan.
So then you go with the best available point guard. So do you have to trade to 10 to get that guy? Because there's a run of guards and shooting guards where we pick between 10 and 20.
And that is why there is a deal potentially that could be made. And I only say that is, guys, there's no guarantee DeJounte Murray's coming back after this season. If this season goes bad, okay, and bad is what we've been experiencing. 500 team, 8th seed out in the first round in the play-in tournament. We got to be better than that. So we've got to have a backup plan, Mike. Trey's under contract. If that's the building block and you say, hey, we want to run it back and see what DeJounte and Trey do, that's great. If it goes well, then you've got to make a decision on paying DeJounte. If it doesn't, DeJounte could walk, and all of a sudden you have nothing to show for it. So this is one of those situations where if you're going to draft that guy, let's go get some scoring and ball handling and a guy that maybe could step in, God forbid, if you end up losing him after giving up 3 first-round picks.
And if the Quinn Snyder effort to get this thing on track the way we thought it was going to be, where both guys could coexist, as we said, how do you make 2 ball-dominant point guards work? Trey never really became the guy off the ball we thought he was going to be in the half court. So if that doesn't work, there you go. But the other thing is, if it doesn't come through, I guess you're going to have a short leash on this because you got to make a trade by the trade deadline.
Yes, you do.
Because you let him walk, you get nothing. You lost 3 first-round picks, and you got nothing in return.
That's terrible management. Now, I know that doesn't fall solely on their shoulders, but it's why the other guy's gone.
Travis Schlenk didn't believe DeJounte Murray was worth 3 first rounds. Is that why he blocks me on Twitter? Because I keep saying that?
Who's that?
DeJounte.
Oh, is he still blocked?
He still blocked me.
Oh.
But no, but this is why Travis Schlenk, another reason Travis Schlenk's gone, he thought maybe Nick Ressa doesn't know anything about basketball. Little Nicky.
Yeah, I think bottom line is we have to improve scoring. I know there's some free agents out there, and if you're just joining us, Wizards trade Chris Paul to Golden State, Jordan Poole's going to the Wizards. We talked about that at the top of the hour. Marcus Smart is also being traded. He's going to the Grizzlies. Porzingis is going to the Celtics. I get the trade. I don't necessarily know if it makes them that much better. That's my thing. But there are guys out there, and Chris Middleton, by the way, declined his option, which was $40 million, by the way. And he wants it and will be a free agent. And I always say this, you only opt out if somebody's going to give you more money. So that's why these guys opt out. Chris Middleton will end up in a situation, Mike, where he probably will want to play for a championship. But that's the kind of guy that can get buckets for you, give you scoring. Chris Middleton, if he was here coming off the bench, he don't have to start, but he wants starter money, so you probably have to start it. I think that'd be a nice fit.
No, that's why I have Drew's name out there. But again, guys are hitting us up on the text line. Free agency doesn't begin until June 30th. They do it backwards. You get the draft, and then you get free agency. So they're not signing anybody now. These are just everything you're hearing now are trades. These are trades where guys are...
Nothing's official.
So that's why, and these are deals that are going to happen. But free agency actually begins next week. So that's why there's that lag time. But there are free agents, and if the master plan is to bring free agents in here, and Tony Ressler is prepared to get into the luxury tax, maybe we bring in a big name. If he's not, then we're definitely going to dump Capella and John Collins, right? I mean, that most likely.
Yeah.
Playing at a slow pace.
Well, we gotta pick it up. Can I hear Landry Fields talking about Quinn Snyder? Mike, you said you wanted to play devil's advocate. This is why what you're saying may be right. This is Landry Fields on Quinn Snyder.
Yeah, no, we took a swing there. And, with where we were at, we felt the change was needed at the time. And we thought that, our previous coaches had done a really good job of getting us to that next point. We just needed to do something differently. And, we saw a coach on the market who we highly valued, and we thought maybe there's an opportunity there. So in order to kind of take that swing, obviously benefited. We benefited from that, and it did give us a huge lens into our team and for the future, where instead of just starting right when the season ended, it was definitely a leg up. That was cheat code, I guess you could say.
It was the cheat code in hiring Quinn when they did, because now it allowed them to get out in front of everything. But more importantly, now we're going to have a full off season where he can evaluate, and he's coming in with some kind of at least knowledge of what this team is.
Well, again, that's why he should be the guy picking the groceries. He's coaching the team. He's closer to it. Landry talks about the lens apparently the general manager doesn't have, that only the coach has, but yet the coach told Jeff Schultz from The Athletic he's not making these decisions. So 4 guys, including the owner's son, will be deciding the future of the organization moving forward.
What'd you call him earlier?
Little Nicky.
Yeah.
Remember the Adam Sandler movie?
Yeah.
I love Popeye's chicken. So we'll find out where it goes. We gave you all the scenarios. We do love, I believe in Quinn Snyder. I love some of the things that happened, especially his relationship with Trey. But you said it. We have no identity. How do we find one?
All right, coming up, we're going to talk about our Braves because they do have an identity. They're just damn good. It's Dukes and Bell.
Fly.
Mercy.
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
In the air, right field, hit well, and this one is up and out.
It's time for Around the Yard with your 2021 World Series champion Atlanta Braves. On Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
We've got tickets for you to go see comedian Dave Attell. He is going to be in town November 17th. Stay tuned. We'll give him between now, a chance for you to win them, between now and 7 o'clock. We got to say good afternoon to Grant McCauley. Grant, this team just continues to find ways. But what about the pitching today? I want to start with Elder and the pitching, the starting pitching specifically, and how good he was today against Philly.
Yeah, I mean, when you think you've seen Bryce Elder at his best, he manages to go out and throw another start where you kind of have to ask yourself afterwards, well, wait, is this the best I've seen him this year? Because he went head-to-head with Aaron Nola. He was able to really limit a Phillies offense. So keep in mind, both of these clubs came in having won 6 consecutive games, having the same record, I believe, in the last 15, at least before the series started. The Phillies can't gain any ground because the Braves have been so good. And one of the reasons the Braves are so good has been what they've gotten from Bryce Elder. But 7 strong innings, 99 pitches, couple of walks, only 3 hits, 6 strikeouts, and shutting out the Phillies. This is just another example of just how comfortable Bryce Elder is with his stuff and his pitch mix and his ability to execute. You may not look through all the advanced metrics and see all the spin rates and the high velocity fastball or the greatest of all this, that, or the other. But he just finds a way to, I feel like, work on the margins of the plate and kind of confuse and confound lineups. And the next thing you know, he's through 6 innings, and he just does it time after time.
I was looking back at his game log, had a couple of games like the Baltimore, Seattle Dodgers, all wins for the Braves, and just, he just wasn't the pitcher of record. He could have 8 wins right now, Grant. And I compared him a bit to Kyle Wright. I mean, I know that all the different acronyms that Wright didn't have, he had 20 wins, and this guy may have 15 wins by it when all said and done.
Yeah, he might. And this Braves offense is certainly capable of picking up those wins. I believe, if I'm not mistaken now, the Braves are 12-4 in Bryce Elder's starts. I may check the pitch log after we get off here. I hate to throw stats out that I may not be 100% sure on. But I'm here to tell you they win way more than they lose. And he's only had a handful of starts in which he has been knocked around, and the lineup has been able to really figure him out. So it's just a testament to the consistency that Bryce Elder's given them, and how much can we say about how much the Braves have needed him, to really step forward and step in. I was asked, I think, on the midday show yesterday about like my most pleasant surprise this year, and my options were Orlando Arcia, and I forget what the other one was, but Bryce Elder's name didn't even come up, and I think that's more so because at this point, we're kind of starting to expect it, which is a pretty crazy thing to think about for a guy who was Gwinnett's opening day starter.
It's 10-4 this year, including that 2-1 loss to the A's, and he shouldn't have lost.
There you go.
Grant McCauley joining us, talking about our Braves. They win 5-1 against the Phillies. They're back home tomorrow against the Cincinnati Reds. Speaking of hot, they are hot, and we'll talk about that series in just a second. I want to ask you about Marcell Ozuna, just coming up in a big spot once again. I did question whether Monty Harris should have made the move to go home in the 10th inning when Acuna hits the single, but I get it, ball placement, and he wasn't quite sure, so he second-guessed it and didn't make it home. But it didn't matter because Ozuna comes up and gets the big knock.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big knock, but let's just not forget that in that inning, the Braves might have been limited to just the 1 run, were it not for Kyle Schwarber fumbling and falling down trying to catch Austin Riley's fly ball to left. And I watched the play over and over, and I'm not trying to pick on the guy because I understand it's necessity that he's out there because they can't use Bryce Harper in their outfield, which means Bryce is DHing and Schwarber's out in left field. And clearly in a scoreless game in the 10th inning, you can't just take him out as a defensive replacement when he's your leadoff man and one of your most powerful hitters. So you stack all that stuff up, and what does it mean? Well, you're going to have to live and die by some of the things that come with Kyle Schwarber's game. One of them, strikeouts. He punched out a bunch in this game, but that was an ill-timed poor play in left field on a ball that should have been caught without a dive. And that opened the door. 2 runs come across, and then Marcell Ozuna just really busted it open with a 2-run homer. So it was a fortunate inning for the Braves in that there was a bad play that was made, and that is one of those things that kind of helps you out. If you were just kind of curious about the base running of Harris, I kind of understood. You don't want to get doubled off if it's a liner that gets caught by Trey Turner going up the middle. But, yeah, it seemed like for a moment that might be one of those what-if scenarios that you wish you had it to do over again, but you'll never know. Whereas now we know exactly what happened, but thanks to Kyle Schwarber and Marcell Ozuna.
And that's just it. I mean, that's why I felt comfortable about us being able to handle the Phillies because they always seem to self-destruct defensively. Didn't happen last year in that divisional series. So you beat their ace. And now, as Carl mentioned, when you get the Reds coming up and the Reds are on a tear, Carl and I were looking at the numbers. You got to go back to like 1899. I was blown away when Carl told me earlier. I figured like the Big Red Machine would have had like the kind of win streak they're doing now. And Joey Votto's been the big catalyst coming back off the injured list.
Yeah, no, he's certainly a big one, but I think that when they brought up Ellie De La Cruz, their top prospect, and the things that he's been doing, hitting tape measure homers, great speed, and when you're getting a little comparison for being a young player to come up and make an impact like a Ronald Acuna Jr., that's something to excite the Reds, not only their lineup, their fan base, but everything that's going on around there. But getting Joey Votto back, that's certainly huge for them to have his all the things that he brings to that club as kind of the elder statesman. And, he's not a bad hitter either. So when you're able to make that kind of ad, it certainly helps. But a lot of things have just kind of come together for that Reds club in a division that is very much up for grabs. I'm not going to tell you that this win streak changes the whole course of the NL Central because weirder things have already happened this year, but it certainly goes a long way towards giving the Reds a reason to think, why not us? If nobody else is going to step up and win this thing, we got a shot. So as I said, before, maybe this becomes a club all of a sudden that instead of selling off pieces at the trade deadline, they're looking to add a little bit. And that's the intrigue, I think, of the expanded playoffs as well, to get a little bit further down the road with what this win streak could really mean for the Cincinnati Reds.
Grant, what's up with Sean Murphy? We saw him pinch hit, but apparently Snit said he's not going to start on Friday. Is he completely healthy or not?
I think he's close, and the Braves are just going to give him a little bit of time. And there's a big difference between having to kind of nurse him through a 4 or 5 game stretch. And I mean, the rainout helps the Braves not have to miss Sean Murphy for an extra game. So that's kind of an added bonus. But you didn't want to have to shut him down for 10 days if you felt like you could get him back in 5. And I think that's kind of where the Braves are right now. Chadwick Tromp would have caught today had the game happened yesterday. So when you look at it overall, if they're comfortable enough to send him up there to pinch hit, I think that we're kind of out of the woods with the real concern about needing to put him on the injured list because clearly if he's pinch hit, you can't backdate it anymore. So I think they've gotten through what they need to, but the Braves have long been a club that, hey, you got an injury, feeling good, feeling ready to play, let's give you one more day. I think that's kind of what it is for Sean Murphy.
We were talking about this yesterday, Grant, and I think Carl and I both agreed. If it came to it, I don't want to lose Travis d'Arnaud this year. I know that, with Murph obviously banged up right now, it's kind of obvious, but do you think there's any scenario where they would move on from Travis in the off? I mean, if it came at the trade deadline?
No, I don't think there's any chance of that happening. I mean, they loved bringing him back and putting the option on the contract as well to have him around for a couple of years. He's done everything that they could have possibly imagined coming in, and I've been actually talking to a good amount of folks around the Braves. I'm working on a piece for the Marietta Daily Journal that should be out very soon about just how important the Braves catchers are. And one of the guys I wanted to talk to at length was Travis d'Arnaud because I feel like he has been a steady hand that has come in and really fit this system, really helped out these pitchers. He's turned himself into an all-star level player. And I know that while you look at it and you're like, okay, well, they got depth. Can they deal from that depth? I would be afraid to upset the apple cart on a number of different levels, including the team leadership and the productivity, and not just letting a good thing go just in the name of trying to get something else. I almost feel like, I don't know if the phrase is too cute, if that gets used too often when you're making a trade, but it does feel like one of those things where if the Braves did decide to do that, it might be at the very least a little bit of counterintuitive.
You like the way the rotation shakes out in this series with the Reds?
I think it'll work. I mean, it's the best that you can do, I feel like, and given the opportunity to maybe give a little bit more rest to Spencer Strider and a Charlie Morton by kind of banking some days, especially heading toward the All-Star break, is not a bad idea. I know this Reds team is young and they are on a run, but you got to feel like your guys, A.J. Smith-Shawver, Jared Schuster, that they can do some things in this series to at least keep the game manageable because that's what they've been doing lately. And the Braves offense always seems to have a big say on who's going to win a baseball game. So I feel pretty good about what they're doing there. And the bullpen has really started to come together. So if you do have a little wobbly, rotation situation for a day or two, you now feel a little bit more confident, I think, that this bullpen can withstand that.
All right, Grant, before we cut you loose, obviously bullpen, I asked you about Raisel Iglesias. So maybe it is just simply a blip on the radar and he's fine and you just can't find 100-mile-an-hour pitchers everywhere and this is going to be our guy, period.
And I think that he should be, and unless or until he proves to you that he just simply cannot get it done. Everybody's going to go through it once in a while. Should that stop them from maybe going out and getting some other guy that has been closing for another team that may not be in the playoff race? Absolutely not. That's how they got Raisel Iglesias. They went out and plucked him from the Angels, even though they had Kenley Jansen. So you could still see a similar deal like that because it never hurts to have multiple guys in close games, have experience closing games. I know Aroldis Chapman's probably going to be very popular at the trade deadline. I'm not saying that's the one and only answer, but that would be a nice arm to put in there from the left side that could give you a little bit of flexibility with your 8th and 9th innings if you need that. And that's what the playoff teams need. That's what the Braves are going to be looking for, I think, is that kind of injection into the bullpen that could just help put them over the top.
One other thing before we let you go. The pitch clock today was crap. And if you didn't see it, okay, we're talking about Travis d'Arnaud, and I don't understand how it can be one way in one ballpark, Grant, and then another way in another ballpark, meaning the clock seems like it was faster in Philly than it is in other places we've played or even here at home. Can you explain it?
No, I can't, but I can tell you I talked about it the week before last on From the Diamond because the Philadelphia Phillies had petitioned Major League Baseball to investigate why their clock seemed to be running faster than most of the other ones. I think that MLB felt that they cleared it up. I felt like it was a little bit quicker at times, but then I thought, okay, maybe it's just because I read the story. Then I saw what happened to Travis d'Arnaud today, and I just felt like that was such a bogus call for a number of different reasons, not the least of which is the caveat about the hitter needing to be doing this, that, or the other. I feel like it should be irrelevant, particularly when the pitcher's walking around on the back of the mound and is nowhere close to delivering a pitch. Why are we calling a batter out in the 9th inning of a game?
Yes.
It just shouldn't happen. So I guess my question is why? Why are we doing this? What are we doing? And will they address it in the offseason? To make a long story short, I think I'm about as frustrated as anybody else watching it, but probably not more frustrated than Travis d'Arnaud was.
I mean, just it's common sense. The pitcher's not ready to deal. So why are you putting the impetus on the hitter? Yeah, I'm with you.
That's a great question.
Yeah, d'Arnaud, if you didn't see it, he looks at the ump like, really? Like, seriously? It was crazy. Grant, great job. Thank you so much. Braves win today, guys. Big series as we head towards the weekend with the Cincinnati Reds coming in to Truist Park. Grant, take care.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Cool. All right, good stuff. This is going to be a fun series. As I said, Reds coming in here like, are we really as good as we think we are?
Yeah, Braves will be a big litmus test for him. You're right.
It's going to be a test. You want to go see comedian Dave Attell? We're giving tickets away right now. Caller 7-404-726-0929. He's in town November 17th. But you can win a pair of tickets to go see comedian Dave Attell, that is, right now on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Tickets on sale at livenation.com. When we come back, we'll get you caught up on the latest NBA draft tonight. Mike, and what was Scoot wearing?
These outfits are insane.
Sports Radio.
All right, so one's got to go, and when I say got to go, you can never, ever in the rest of your life. Got to go.
All right.
All right. So I'll go Day, Chris, and then you, Carl.
Sounds good.
All right, Day, Taco Bell or Del Taco?
Really?
Yeah, I lived in California. Del Taco was a thing.
It is a thing.
So, Taco Bell.
Taco Bell got to go?
Taco Bell's got to go.
What's got to go? Taco Bell, Del Taco.
Taco Bell will forever be my late night snack. Del Taco, I'll see you later.
All right.
Taco Bell's got to go. Yeah. Del Taco, just it's better. Del Taco's legit.
Del Taco is better. It's better. I got fired from the Taco Bell on Church Street in Decatur when I was 18, and then I swore off pintos and cheese and all that. Anyway.
Can I get a burrito supreme?
Yeah. So Kroger or Publix, Day? One's got to go.
Sorry. Bye, Kroger.
Team Pub Sub all day.
Kroger or Publix? One's got to go, Carl.
Publix around the state of Georgia carries Heyman Ale in all of their locations.
Okay.
If you don't get it, you can ask for it.
Okay.
And the store manager can order it for you. Obviously, it's Publix all day. Kroger's got to go.
Yeah, and
Kroger, you can carry the beer too, though.
Listen, I mean, right? I guess he could. That's true. No, and this is with all due respect to the Heyman. No, Publix got to go. I get the $1. I get the Kroger,
the Kroger card.
Oh yeah, so
you save.
Sometimes I get a $1 off a gallon, and then we'll line up the cars at the pump.
Yeah,
me, my wife, and my daughter, and I can get up to 35 gallons. That's $35 off. I need that. We do that like once a month.
No, it's legit.
I
The
stand
Kroger
out there,
card's legit.
And they move the cars, and I stand
Yeah.
there with the pump, and next car, yeah, right. One's got to go.
Publix carries the beer. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, and that makes sense. Walmart, Home Depot. Walmart or Home Depot.
Ooh.
You never go again. Walmart or Home Depot, Dede. One's got to go.
Oh, that's tough, Freaky. Come on.
Got to go.
Sorry, Wally World. Sorry. I'm a grown man with a family. The home improvement is a must.
No.
Walmart or Home Depot, Chris?
Yeah, I'm the exact opposite. I live in a studio apartment. I make 0 trips to Home Depot a year. I'm at Walmart many times a year for various things. See you, Home Depot.
Yeah, I'm all about Home Depot. Walmart, see you. Peace.
Yeah.
All about. I'm in Home Depot like 3 days a week.
Yep.
I walk in and like, hey, Mr. Dukes, how you doing? What are you in for today? I don't know. I'm just gonna look. Like I'm in the store just walking up and down the aisles like I'm an idiot.
I mean, I go to Walmart only because it's convenient, but I can get everything at Walmart and other places.
Do you have a super Walmart? Is that the big one?
Yeah, the really big one. Yeah, and there's a super Kroger in Cartersville I go to too, and it's like a really big. It's like a Walmart.
Okay,
it's a pretty cool place. Got a food court and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a super Kroger.
We'll have to make a trip to Cartersville.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean, yeah, I got to have Home Depot because if you scratch Home Depot, then you're just left with Lowe's, which is like Home Depot for women or something. I don't know. It's not the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Well, here's the deal. I always find what I want at Home Depot.
Right,
like
exactly.
I never have gone in and been like, yeah, we don't have that, or it's not at we can't get it. I've had that in other hardware stores. I'm not naming names, John.
In honor of Cinco de Mayo, tacos or burritos? One's got to go. Can never have it again. Tacos or burritos?
I love tacos, especially like street tacos. I lived in California, so Carl, you were in Texas, and John, you were in California.
I lived in Texas. I lived in California.
Yeah, so get rid of the burritos for me. Give me the tacos.
Tacos or burritos? One's got to go.
I just think what you can do with the burrito, you can put so much good stuff in there, man.
Are you trying to convince yourself?
A taco, it's a good little snack.
You can do a lot with a taco.
No, I'm going to take the burrito, man. There's more substance there for me.
Tacos got to go.
Tacos. I'm tacos all day. I'm tacos all day. Burrito, peace. See ya.
Yeah, you and me. I'm the same way. I mean, I could just take whatever's in a burrito, put it in a bowl, and grab taco shells, and I'm good.
Yeah, I'm with the tacos. By the way, Adam hits me up. He says, "Put them up, C. Dukes. That Cartersville Kroger is legit."
Yeah, it's legit. You got a wine bar.
What?
Yeah.
Why are you going home?
You got a cheese bar. You got a wine bar.
Yeah.
They've got a food court.
See, I'll be in there for like 2 hours. They'll be like, "Sir, you've had your fair share."
I'm actually pretty sure our very own Tiffany Blackman was asked out on a date to a Kroger wine bar.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she went.
You mean Danny? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Oh, Carl, I'm going to turn my mic off right now.
Go ahead, John.
Arby's or Chick-fil-A? One's got to go, never go again. Arby's or Chick-fil-A, Day-Day?
Oh, I used to love Arby's. I used to love the cheddar and beef with the sauce, but Chick-fil-A, once it came into my life, bye Arby's.
Wow, that sounds like a woman. He's like, when she came into my life, it changed me.
All right, Chris Thomas, Arby's or Chick-fil-A? One's got to go.
That horsey sauce from Arby's is fire, but I need my breakfast burrito and hash browns from Chick-fil-A. Gotta go Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, listen, Chick-fil-A's a staple. I dig Arby's. Mike and I always talk about the menu and, the extra beef and cheddars, but it's Chick-fil-A all day, man. Chick-fil-A. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. It's so good.
Oh, it's great.
It's
I know.
so good.
I know. I'm an Arby's guy. Always have been. Always will be. Drown it in Arby's sauce and horsey sauce and 3-pepper sauce, and I'm good. I'm an Arby's guy.
Very underrated from Arby's.
I'll get a chicken sandwich somewhere else. The jalapeno poppers are legit. Yeah, they are good. Well, Burger King's jalapeno poppers aren't bad.
Yeah, but here's the deal. There are very few fast food spots, all right, that do multiple things well. Arby's does.
Yes.
Very few.
Yeah, all their sandwiches are great. I know, my problem is going into an Arby's, I go, oh boy, that really looks good, to order all these signature sandwiches. And I go, nah, I want a double roast beef. That's what I get, I mean.
Give me what I know.
Yeah, give me what I know. Anyway, little one and done.
I love it. And Thanks to Grant McCauley for jumping on, talking about our Braves. They win 5-1 today against the Reds. And my correction.
Against the Phillies, yeah.
Excuse me. They're playing the Reds tomorrow against the Phillies today. My correction, I'm trying to get ahead of myself, Mike.
Right.
I look at a ton of stuff every day, and I said that they are playing at Truist Park tomorrow in a weekend series. That is incorrect. They are in Cincinnati for the weekend, so they remain on the road, guys. I just want to make that correction.
You ever been to that ballpark?
Yes,
Great
I
American
have.
Ballpark.
It's one of the best.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool.
It's one of the best.
I've never been.
When I was going there consistently, they weren't necessarily filling it up. But when they first built it, everybody came, and it's one of the coolest parks, to your point. Got the old school feel. And Reds fans, listen, they love their team. It's got history and tradition, but they just haven't been good for a long time. And now to go on this run that they're on, where they've won 11 in a row, it's got a lot of people talking about what could happen, and maybe this is finally taking a turn. Like with us, guys. We forget we lost 3 years in a row. We lost 90 games as we were building the process and getting guys in the system, and then all of a sudden things took off for us. So I don't know if that's the case with Cincinnati. But, yes, they are in Cincinnati this weekend. Corey, big shout-out. Thank you for listening, as always. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, 404-726-0929. That is our Solomon Brothers Diamond text line. The big news as we get ready tonight is the NBA draft. It's big news because there are deals and trades being made as we speak, Mike, but nothing as of yet with our Atlanta Hawks. And that doesn't mean that it won't happen. But we've been talking about this all day, and again, Victor Wembanyama, he will be the first overall pick, hands down. You just said you saw an interview, I think it was Stephen A. You see how tall he is.
Yeah.
But this kid is skilled, man. He's ready to go, and he's going to have an immediate impact with the Spurs once he gets picked. The top three guys, in no particular order after that, obviously, is Scoot Henderson from Atlanta. I think he goes 2, and then Brandon Miller from Alabama.
And Scoot looks like he could be playing at the Grand Ole Opry. He's got a hell of an outfit going. Where do you see this tonight, man, as always? And the one, and I'll wait for you to see it tonight on television, I was showing Carl earlier. It's a guy that's actually in the range, for what it's worth, Carl, where the Hawks are selecting. But I guess it's the kid from Kentucky, Kansas, Grady Dick. 6'6", wearing a red sequin sport coat with matching kicks. Where do you see this outfit? Well, you don't want Grady Dick?
No, it's a great name. Scoot had the grill in tonight or today. He has got the grill. He's got a couple of chains. He's a very personable kid, and I say that because I've had a chance to talk to his parents and him, and he's ready for the moment, Mike. Everybody's trying to figure out who he's going to be in the league, and who does he look like. I think, again, he's got an NBA-ready body. It's just about putting in the work, and he was talking about that earlier as they were trying to get him, to mention his goals for the upcoming season. What do you want to do once you get in the NBA? He's like, I just want to go to a team to win.
Yeah. I couldn't believe they asked Scoot, who's a guy you're looking forward to go up against? I haven't played a minute in the NBA, and I'm like, yeah, I call out LeBron James. Come on, dude, let the guy get some.
Well, we know how that went.
Yeah, right?
Dylan Brooks.
Talk to Dylan Brooks in Memphis. By the way, for what it's worth, there's number of mock drafts, and you and I talked about it. They're ever going to try to move on from DeJounte. You brought this up earlier. If they can't get him happy here or in the mix here where he wants to re-up, bunch of guards, bunch of point guards. Also, a couple of mock drafts have us taking Bilal Koulibaly from France.
Yeah.
Some would say the other guy from France. And then also tonight, and I already saw a feature this afternoon on ESPN about it, Brandon Miller. And Brandon Miller, obviously, eventually will fully be in the rear view, but his time at Alabama was controversial.
It was. I mean, we know he can hoop.
Handle the pressure, certainly.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I mean, if I learned anything about Brandon Miller, while all this stuff was going on, he was still putting up numbers and showing up.
Well, the game in South Carolina was the one that was shortly. Look, we can debate, what Coach Oates should have probably sat him for a couple of games,
Agreed.
And Alabama looked really stupid about this. But at the end of the day, with all of South Carolina fans saying, lock him up, this dude just went off and handled the moment.
It's going to be interesting. We're going to talk about our Hawks coming up as part of the most important story of the day because it is. We also are going to hear from Dave Archer as well, as Arch joined us earlier in the show to talk about our Falcons. We're looking at all things as we head towards training camp. I know it sounds like a long time away. It's just 4 weeks, literally, and we're going to be talking about training camp. So Arch stopped by. You'll hear that coming up at 6:20. But this night is really about how you change your team with the draft, but more importantly for us, do you set yourself up for potential deals, Mike? And again, I'm not expecting Landry Fields to do 3 deals tonight. But if you think you're going to trade one of these pieces on this team, tonight would be the night where you start to put some things in motion that you can set yourself up to do that when it comes time, Mike, when you think, hey, in a few weeks, this is what we're looking at. Because I said this, who are you targeting? Who do you want to go after?
Yeah, I mean, the free agent thing, we talked about trades, and again, the only moves that the Hawks were made or mentioned with was Pascal from the Raptors. Siakam, thank you. Pascal Siakam was the only name that was mentioned with us, and that didn't come to anything. We did learn today that Memphis winds up with Marcus Smart, which is apparently was news to Marcus. He got totally blindsided.
Yep.
Porzingis, that deal, eventually, it wasn't the way it was initially reported, but it does get consummated with 3 teams. And then we also found out that, for what it's worth, maybe Golden State is going to stand by Draymond.
I think they are. Making the deal for Poole, to me, sends a message that they absolutely want to re-sign Draymond. Draymond opted out of $27 million. And, again, they paid Poole. You're paying Steph. Clay is still under contract, but this is a year where he's got an expiring contract. I think they're going to take care of Draymond, Mike. They make the trade for Chris Paul, and they're going to try to take another run at this thing with their veteran guys and get the locker room right again, because that was the issue.
Because Poole, remember, guys, as we said, I mean, it's one thing you get punched out in practice. How does that practice video get out there? I mean, you've got somebody in the organization that definitely felt that maybe Draymond Green was in his was certainly within his rights to take this guy out. Maybe he became a different dude. The money changes. I don't know. He just seemed to be a complete 180, especially in the playoffs, because when Steph was hurt 2 years ago, he's a guy that could play some point, could do a little bit of everything, and it kind of went backwards, single digits in the playoffs against the Lakers in that series loss. I mean, it's just very strange how this kind of thing went sideways almost instantaneously.
All right, let's hear Landry Fields, Day-Day, because he's talking about being comfortable with the options. Mike just gave you a few of the names. Guys, this is a sliding scale. There is no absolutes once you get past probably the top 7 picks and you start saying, who could we get at 15? There could be a guy at 8 that could be there at 15, and there could be someone else who slid or maybe you want that's there and you didn't expect to be there. Either way, this is Landry Fields talking about the options at 15.
We're comfortable. Draft and the spectrum of possibilities, I think that's most likely what happens is picking at 15, but we're still looking at options to move up. There's some options where if we want to move back, because we do feel like it is I guess the word is strong, but I think there's a lot of depth there. So still a few days.
Now, Hawks fans can go back to the early 2000s, and we had a general manager who would basically call his shot and let you know exactly not only what he was going to do, but who he specifically was going to draft.
Not a good strategy.
In the top 5. Yeah, man. Remember Sheldon, for those guys, Sheldon Williams? Remember that one? Yeah, man. It just drove us Hawks fans crazy. Billy Knight was the GM back then. Look, Landry Fields playing his cards close to the vest, kind of giving you those generalities about the draft. And, but you said it. You brought this up. If they can't make it work with DeJounte, do they go buy an insurance policy tonight?
Well, that's the key for me. I mean, if you're going to stay at 15 or maybe even move to 10, you better have a backup plan. And my guess is, with all the people in the room, Mike, including, what did you call him earlier? What did you call him? Nick?
Oh, Little Nicky.
Yeah, including Nick Wrestler being in the room, because apparently, guys, he's in the room. All right? We're not making this up. He is director of basketball ops or whatever the title is. He has at least an ear or say to what's going to be happening. They better have a backup plan.
Right.
DJ, understand, Hawks fans, as good as it could be next season, we go on a really good run, he could easily say, yeah, I'm out. They've got to make a decision on whether or not they're going to pay him. And so ultimately, you've got to have a situation where if that happens, you know where you're going with your next guy to maybe, that can step in there and give you 15, 20 a night with Trey. And I don't think we have another guy right now on this team that can do that. If you trust in what Quinn Snyder's going to do, then maybe that turns into DeAndre Hunter. But I just don't know, Mike. Here's Landry Fields, our general manager, talking about staying at 15 tonight in the NBA draft.
I would never say never, but I think if the draft were tomorrow, we'd likely be picking that. Somebody can come in with an offer and I'd say, all right.
Okay. What kind of player do you want? What? And I say this, Mike, because I'm not hearing any of this. I'm not hearing, you know what I want? I want guys who are skilled in shooters or ball handlers, or I need guys that can rebound or play defense. What are we looking to get?
Well, we discussed this twice today for guys who missed it. We don't have an identity. We don't do anything. We don't play defense. Nate tried to ingrain a defensive toughness. We said this. Miami, what do you know about the Heat? Out-hustle, out-work you. You brought up Tom Thibodeau, right? And the Knicks. They might not go that far, but the Knicks are going to out-physical you. They're going to try to beat you up. We don't have a style. I know that we thought that, you'd say are going to be high-scoring. okay. We're not really the biggest in transition. You know, we don't really shoot. Trey did not have a great year shooting the three. We're inconsistent three-point shooters. Nate did not like to take a lot of threes.
Yep.
Other teams in the analytics will shoot like 50 times. So we don't know what we are. You know what I want? I want a big European with one eyebrow and no vowels in his name up front. No, we can get that later. But I get that in the second round. But I do want to see if they're going to move on from John Collins. Can we get some athleticism in the front court? That's provided DeJounte is going to be a happy camper here.
Let's hope he is. 404-726-0929. This hour is brought to you by Northside Hospital. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital. You're going to hear Dave Archer coming up talking about the Falcons. We are counting down the training camp. There are a lot of questions that we have still. We'll talk to Dave Archer next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Let's talk to our man Dave Archer. Arch, it's good to have you on. I know we're kind of in a lull right now, you know, when we talk about teams. Everybody's done with mandatory minicamp, but there's still lots of questions about our Falcons. And, you know, Arch, I want to start with the main thing. Mike and I were talking about things we have, things we don't have, right? Things, at least in our eyes, we have. I think our offensive line is better. I think our run game is going to be improved. And then you talk about, okay, what don't we have? Well, the thing is, for me, at least right now, is the red zone. Is the offense going to be better in the red zone? And Arch, in your opinion, how much better are we going to be with the weapons now that Desmond Ridder has?
Yeah, certainly you'd like to think, Carl, that you're going to be better in the red zone just simply because of the choices you have to make down there. And Arthur Smith and his play calling, he's going to have a variety of things to do in personnel groups to get to that are going to create problems for the opposition. Certainly Bijan Robinson's, what he's been able to do in OTAs and really turning heads with his ability to catch the ball in the backfield. You can see where they're going to create some problems with a two-man backfield, and all of a sudden Bijan bounces out to the slot, and now he's drawing some assignment from a safety or something like that if they get regular personnel in the game. If they decide to go nickel, then you can run the football at them because it's a little bit lighter in the ass. So, I mean, it's a scenario where there's a lot to get to for Arthur Smith, especially with the versatility of the two tight ends. You know, Jonnu Smith and Kyle Pitts when he's healthy. I mean, you've got a problem with how you're going to match up because you got two pass receiving tight ends, but they're bigger body guys that can block smaller players in the run game. And we know this offensive line can come off the ball and run the football. So the key to being good in the red zone is being able to run the ball, and you've got to be able to run it down there. And I think that the versatility with the backs, the tight end versatility, the personnel problems are going to create, I think it bodes well for Atlanta being better in the red zone.
Arch, who are some of the guys, and maybe they're big names, maybe the guys that were undrafted free agents or camp invitees, who are some of the dudes who impressed you in the small sample size this spring?
Well, I think the guys, the thing that you got to keep your eye on, Mike, is the guys that are already here that are going to improve. And I think that's sometimes what we overlook as fans, and even us in the media, is think, well, okay, that's who that guy was last year, and that's who he's going to be again this year. And that's not the case. In fact, we're betting on the come there, right? I know you've been talking about some of these guys on defense, the edge rushers, Arnold Ebiketie, some of these guys that need to take that next step. Now, yes, they need to take the step, but it's expected, and they're supposed to be better than they were a year ago. And I think that'll be similar for some of these guys that are blending into the offense. A guy that kind of gets underlooked is Kadero Hodge, a rookie, or not a rookie, but an unrestricted free agent we got a couple years ago or last year from Detroit, who blended in really nicely. And I think you like the chances of him being able to blend in from a wide receiver standpoint. But I think that it's just a matter of the guys that you had last year making that next step, and then guys you went out in free agency and said, okay, this is a coveted guy, which they were. I mean, you could line up with essentially 3 number 1 picks in your nickel set when you get the 3 corners on the field. You like the upgrade there. So those are the things that impress me. I think that all those things came to life. I mean, you hope for it. And then, Mike, like you said, okay, who stepped forward and actually made some of those things happen? And all of those guys performed extremely well. Trey Flowers, unrestricted free agent from Cincinnati. We know about Jesse Bates from Cincinnati. Trey Flowers is this long corner that, get ready, watch this guy play now. Trey Flowers didn't get a lot of the conversation. Mike Hughes and Jeff Okudah got a lot of the conversation. But Trey Flowers is a guy that's a longer corner, great arms, has tremendous hips, and can turn. He was a guy that's impressive. So there's a number of guys that came in and said, hey, I've got a chip on my shoulder. It didn't work out for where I was last time. I'm ready to play.
Arch, how much better, in your estimation, is this roster, right? I mean, we keep talking about it's better. How much better? Just from a personnel standpoint, in your opinion, how much better is this roster?
Well, I think it's exponentially better, Carl. We won't be able to, quantify that until they actually line up and play somebody. But I think from an experience standpoint, you've got guys that are going to be more guys that have seen things, been there, done that, been able to adjust to things. I think you've got guys you can throw game plans at from week to week. Remember, guys, the game plan defensively and offensively, you've got your base, but you're going to change things week in and week out. If you've got guys that can adjust to that and make some of those transitions, whether it's a Scotty Miller that's going to play in the slot for you and do some of the things at a receiver spot, the multitude you got at running back, and you look on the other side, the ability to match up from a corner and safety standpoint. You've got a multitude of groups you can put on the field in the secondary. They're going to match whatever any other team has. If the team's got a big slot receiver, boom, all of a sudden Trey Flowers is out there. He's playing against one of those guys. I think there's a lot of versatility to the roster. It's a much deeper roster. And again, some of that is on paper, Carl, and you make a great point. I mean, we're trusting that it's an upgrade. These guys that were brought in were highly regarded players. Now, there's a reason they're available, and so those guys got to wash some of that off of them and make sure they're brand new and ready to roll for the Falcons.
It is the Idaho Rail Splitter, Dave Archer, with us here on the WaitFor.com hotline. He and Wes Drew Ham. Got to save the voice, Carl. But Wes will have the call all season long. As I said to Wes last week, or before you know it, you, me, Wes, Carl will be sitting on the hill, and Carl will pronounce some free agent a bum. As we're watching practice.
He's not any good.
Yeah, it's a rite of passage. Carl has the rite of passage on declaring who is the bum in the draft or the bum in camp.
That's right.
I don't know what that is, and we're going to try to send him to other camps so he doesn't actually watch us. He just watches the bums at other camps.
Right. But
I just like saying, Mike, I just like saying Arch, like 2 weeks into the season, I go, I told you guys.
Boom.
Told you.
Yeah, man. Hey, Arch, you mentioned all the things about the defense that are better. It just seems like after years and years, you maybe go back to 2017, the last time we had the kind of depth and coming at you in waves. It just seems like we're going to be in the pass rush business. And with the improvement of quarterbacks from Derek Carr and everything they're saying about Bryce Young, we're going to have to deal with this guy for maybe a decade. We got to be in the pass rush business.
You do, and you have to be in this league, Mike. I mean, it's not a secret that the two teams played for the championship had the top two numbers in sacks, and certainly affecting the other team's quarterback is a big deal. So Atlanta has not been able to do that. I think that you've tried to patchwork things together. You've had a chance to go out and spend some money, go get some guys you feel like can affect that. And there's some guys that are going to have to rekindle their career. Bud Dupree is going to be one of those guys who's going to have to step up and kind of find some of that old rhythm that he had. And you're going to get some guys back. Taquan Graham was a guy that was on the come at that defensive tackle position and then got hurt. He was a guy that was starting to make a move. And then you got some veteran players that have had their opportunity to get after passer. What can you do with that linebacker? You got two linebackers that are unbelievable, two FCS linebackers that can run. You're talking about Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson can run sideline to sideline. What are you going to be able to do with them from blitz package scenarios so they can get in and affect the quarterback as well? So I think this is going to be fun to see what Ryan Nielsen does with his defense.
Guys, we're talking with Dave Archer, the analyst for our Atlanta Falcons. We are weeks away from training camp, which we can't wait to get this thing started. I'm with Arch on all that he's saying about this roster and the offense being better. Arch, what is a concern now that we've gotten past mandatory minicamp, rookie camp? You've seen what we have and the 90 guys that are probably coming to camp. What is a concern that you are looking at for our Falcons?
Well, always the concern for me, Carl, is can you get to the regular season with the guys you got on your roster that you see on your depth chart? Your top, 22 on each side of the football, 25 on each side of the ball. Are those guys ready for it? We've already lost Avery Williams, a guy was going to play a key role for us in punt returns. I mean, I saw that Chuck Clark went down for the Jets. He's a big-time safety for them. You're trying to get through these OTAs, which Atlanta was able to do. Other than the Avery Williams injury, you got through clean for the most part. I haven't heard any injury updates or anything like that, but I don't think anybody got too banged up or tweaked anything other than Avery, and that's a big loss. Avery had some things they were going to do for him with him on offense, and he was really rounding into one of the better special teams punt return guys in the National Football League. So that'll be an area of concern for Marquise Williams, the special teams coordinator, is we got to find the guy that's going to fill that spot. There's a lot to be said for catching the ball back there.
Right.
And Avery Williams did that the last couple of seasons. He's been very trustworthy back there. Catch the football. We want the ball. When they punt it, we want to end up when they start the scrimmage game, the next play, we want the ball. And so that's a big deal. So to me, that's the biggest thing is can you get to the regular season opener against Carolina, and you've got the 22 that we're looking at or 25 you're looking at on both sides of the ball that are ready to roll. If you do, then your roster's as good as any roster, I think, in the league, and you've got as good as any roster is certainly in our division.
Could you use Cordero Patterson more since he's going to be the odd man out a little bit in the run game?
He's not a punt returner, Mike. He's a good kickoff return guy. He's not comfortable back there returning punts. So you'll see Mike Hughes probably get some love back there a little bit. There'll be a number of guys Scotty Miller might get some sniffs back there a little bit as well. But there'll be a tryout back there to find that guy's going to catch the rock for you.
But Arch, why? The ball that goes end over end they can catch, but the ball that spirals they can't catch. Why? Why is this?
Yeah, I don't know. He just does not like this. The punt return thing is just not his bag, and I get it. So put him back there and let him return kickoffs. Let's hope there's not many kickoffs for him to return other than the one that opens the game or the one that opens the second half.
Arch, I'm curious, do you think, I don't know if you know this, has Arthur Smith addressed the team about the gambling situation? The NFL came out yesterday with their 6 rules. I think we all are aware, but again, I guess we take it for granted because we saw this thing happen with Calvin Ridley. The league says don't bet on the NFL, don't gamble at your team facility while traveling on the road or staying in a team hotel. Don't have someone bet for you. Don't share team inside information. Don't enter a sports book during the NFL playing season, and don't play daily fantasy football. Has Arthur Smith addressed this team? And if he has, do you know maybe what was said?
Yeah, I don't know specifically what was said. I do know that he's spoken to him about it. I think that this is an ongoing thing that's a reminder, but certainly there's the company line where you step up in front of the team and you tell them and repeat kind of what the National Football League said. Remember, there's player representation here. So the NFLPA is addressing this thing as well. So it's not just coming from the coach. It's coming from player-led organizations as well. As far as part of your leadership program within the team, the 4 or 5 or 10 guys that are a part of your leadership crew, they'll address it. NFLPA will have representatives to come around and address it. And I would not be surprised if the league doesn't send somebody around again prior to the season to address it as well. So it's become a bit of an issue, hasn't it? And certainly we're seeing it at the college level too, where I had no idea. I didn't have any money to gamble in college. I don't know where these guys get money to gamble and stuff like that.
Well, that's it. You get the NIL. I guess they'll bring Art Schleister in for that debrief. Hey, real quick before we cut you loose, just to bring it back to the roster, we saw at Mercedes-Benz when we spoke to you a few weeks ago. More size, we look bigger, more athletic, and of course Bijan. Anybody who sees Bijan talks about how good Bijan looks.
Yeah, this guy, he's a quality dude off the field, which is one of the things that we talk about DNA of Falcons. This guy is certainly that, and you'll see him continue to be a factor in the public as he gives back to the community. Wait till you get a chance to be around Bijan Robinson in that capacity. But what he's going to do on the field is multifaceted. They fed this guy everything they could feed him during the OTAs, lining him up all over the place, outside the numbers, the slot, at the wing, lining up a tailback. They're going to give it to him. They're going to throw it to him. I would not be surprised, guys, if we see Bijan Robinson catch 70 balls this year.
Wow. All right.
We both wowed at the same time.
Well, that got, because that's LT stuff. That's Marshall Faulk stuff. That's special. Arch, man, we appreciate you as always. Thanks for jumping on with us and talking Falcons. Have a great week, man. That is Dave Archer, guys. Lots to chop up. Mike, I think Arch is on to something with the red zone stuff and how Coach Art is going to be dealing with all of these different talents that he's got at his disposal. Guys, it's time for the last call on Dukes and Bell. 404-726-0929. 3 simple questions tonight.
What you got?
Do you want the Hawks to stay at 15 tonight, or is it time to move up and make a trade?
Stay at 15.
Ronald Acuna Jr. is already named an all-star starter, guys. He received the most votes, so he's in. Who else should be an all-star for the Braves?
Everybody else.
Who else should be an all-star?
The first guy off the top of my head, there's so many to choose from. Murph, Arcia, pick a coin, flip a coin.
I hope Ozzie makes it as well.
Right.
But you can pick, last but not least, I almost got my arm taken off. I almost died last night in the red line.
You got that stupid bowling ball bag you're dragging. If you don't have that, you get out of the elevator in time.
This is true. What's your biggest fear? I almost died in an elevator last night.
Biggest fear?
What's your biggest fear?
Other than commitment?
That's a good one. 404-726-0929. 3 simple questions for our last call with you.
time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
All right. Just want to mention this, which is weird. Jeff Schultz reporting DeAndre Hunter is shooting at the facility tonight. He tweeted it out, Mike. And I'm like, tonight? The irony that, and here's the thing, guys, trades can happen tonight, and it's like, why is DeAndre Hunter shooting tonight? Now, maybe this is regular routine and regimen. I don't know. But at least he's getting his work in, Mike.
Yeah, two schools of thought. He is rededicating himself, and he believes that Quinn Snyder, as we believe, can hopefully fix him. Or, I don't know, he's about to take a physical. I have no idea.
Exactly right.
No idea.
All right, so that's going on. Tonight, we've got our last call. 3 questions for you to jump on. Then we're going to go down to State Farm and check in with our guys, John Chuckery, Caleb Johnson, Deshaun Tate. Tonight's questions are easy, guys. 1, do you want the Hawks to stay put at 15 tonight? Make a move, make a trade. Ronald Acuna Jr. has already been named an All-Star by receiving the most votes. The second round of voting is about to start next week. Who else should be an All-Star for the Braves? Pick one guy. Don't give us 6. Pick the one other guy you think should be an All-Star.
Right, I'll go with Murph then.
I'm with you. All right.
I like Garcia, though, too.
I like Ozzie. I mean, this is where we're at. We got like 8 guys I think could be on the All-Star
Olsen strikes out too much, so I'm not sweating Olsen.
You're not going Olsen? You're not going Olsen?
No.
Well, Freddie is crushing the voting right now. Olsen is second, though, guys. He could get there. And then, as I said, I almost got my arm taken off by an elevator last night. What's your biggest fear? 404-726-0929. We got to jump on the phones, and thank you guys for listening and being a part of our last call. Swede is up first. Swede, hey, man, what's going on?
Hey, man. First question, I'd stay put. Second, maybe Murph, but Arcia or Asuna are good choices, too.
Arcia, yeah.
Other than Snicker for his managing, great job. And other than getting banned from your show, would be dying in a plane crash. That's my biggest fear.
We would never ban you.
No.
I love you, Carl. Thanks.
We would never ban you.
It's amazing considering he's been flying since Amelia Earhart.
I used to have a fear of a fear of heights, Mike.
Right. I like heights. I love being up. We got a chance to walk on the roof of the Georgia Dome with the Atlanta Fire Rescue years ago. Man, was that fun.
So I had to work myself through this phobia, and the way I did, and I'm still not, like if we got to go up 100 stories, I'm going to have a problem with it. But I went to high places and went up and just worked through it. And like I did this at different points, but I used to have that fear of heights, and that was like my worst fear.
Not just spiders, snakes, spiders. Bit by a copperhead, so snakes are up there on the list. Yeah.
And you live to tell about it. Tony, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hawks stay put tonight. You want to make a move? Who else is your all-star for the Braves, and what's your biggest fear? What's going on, Tony?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Long time. I miss you guys.
We miss you.
Man.
And I've been working, man. I got a submarine that works a lot better than the submarine.
Too soon.
Too soon,
Tony. Tony, it's too soon.
Okay. I wait next week. I call back.
Okay. Unless that submarine is for bringing large amounts of narcotics from Colombia, as far as Panama.
Yes. But if it explodes, we lose the same amount of money as the people in that boat. You know what I mean?
It's true.
That was a rich guy. Okay, man. Hey, Hawks, I don't care.
You don't want this team to get better, Tony. Come on, Tony.
He's indifferent.
Okay, I do, man, but I don't know enough to give a good answer.
Well, then that's fair. All right, then, you know what? Then I don't want to hear your answer because it would probably be bogus.
Exactly.
Right?
So
would you trade DeAndre Hunter for the Diaz brothers?
Tony, what about your all-star for the Braves? Who is it?
Arcia, man, because to play under that pressure when you got that handsome guy leaving the club,
right? True.
It's a lot of pressure, not just because he's good, because he's good looking.
You're talking about Tansby.
He's right. He's not lying. Tony Montana is not wrong.
Tony Montana. All right, one last thing. What's your biggest fear, Tony?
Being on a cruise ship in the water, man, just to be real. I know look, I did a hard time coming to this country. That's the last time I'll ever be coming across the ocean again.
Look, Tony, a cruise is different. All right?
He came over on the Mariel boat lift. He wants his human rights, man.
Cruise is different. You You're acting like a cruise is 50 people.
No, you could argue.
paddling.
You could argue the Mario boat lift compared to some of the cruises we've seen there's not much difference.
Tony, get out of here, man. You're a trip.
The food might have been better on the way from Cuba.
All right, one more. Can we get one more, Carl? Carl, you're up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. What are the Hawks doing tonight? What do you want them to do? Stay put, move up? Who's your other Brave All-Star? Acuna is already in because he was the leading vote getter. And what's your biggest fear?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Carl.
Hey, man.
Listen, man. Honestly, you can put any other Brave in there. It's June. I'll start watching baseball around August, September. So
wow,
keep winning.
Yes.
But why lie? I'll start watching around August, September.
They're really good, by the way. They're really good.
They're 18-3 in their last 21 games.
Fact,
No, it's a good time to watch now.
Yeah, well, listen, I just bought my son, who'll be 14 tomorrow, one of those throwback Hank Aaron jerseys.
Oh, those are sweet. Yeah,
so
those are sweet.
I'm going to support my team, no doubt. Listen, my biggest fear, I know we got to get off, my biggest fear is that the Hawks won't trade Trey. I'm going to need Trey traded by the end of the night, man. I know y'all can't say it, but I can't. Because DeJounte Murray, look, Chris Paul, point guard, he ain't win no championship. You got all these point guards that didn't win one. Trade. That's my biggest fear. They're going to keep them, and I'm going.
All right, man. Appreciate it. And no, we can say it. You know that, Carl. We can say it. Matter of fact, I said it on Twitter months ago when I said they need to reevaluate everybody on this team, and people lost their mind.
Why didn't Trey call you a hoe?
Well, we're cool. Let's talk to the guys down at State Farm Arena. John Tuckery, Caleb Johnson, Deshaun Tate. Fellas, what is going on? What's the scene? Set the scene for us.
It's an empty arena.
Nobody's there?
No, nobody's there yet. I mean, look, the draft doesn't start till 8 o'clock tonight, so it's still a little bit early yet. We're still waiting on Sparty, Deshaun Tate to get here.
They're trapped in the red deck.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's more ruby than red, but anyway. So we're still waiting on Deshaun Tate to get here to make his grand entrance. It's kind of Diana Ross-esque, where he's got his whole entourage that he comes with. So he said he's going to be here in just a few minutes. So we'll be broadcasting here till 11, guys, and we'll carry you through. As of right now, 15 and 46 are where the Hawks pick. So we'll see if they stay there, if they make some moves, or there's been some rumor and innuendo already today that, maybe some players on the move. So we'll see what happens.
All right, let's hope so. I say that because I want to see a little bit of a change.
I want some action.
Yeah, I just don't want this team to stay the same. All right, Caleb, glad you're out of the hospital, bro. You feeling good?
I'm good, man. I'm back. I'm on some great pain medicine, so it'll carry me through the evening.
Now I'm really intrigued.
He was looking for. He was looking for sympathy, guys.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
No, I'm intrigued about this broadcast even more now. I want to hear Kelvin. I think that the Bullets should make a trade with the Pelicans. What?
All right, fellas. You guys have a great broadcast. Guys, stay right here. They're going to have the draft covered for you. They're down at State Farm for the Hawks draft party. That's why I said, where the people at?
Right.
John said they're not there yet.
They're rolling in.
Stay right there. Let's get out of here and clear our throats.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat
on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Hey, guys, tomorrow, Big Friday show, and Brian Snicker's going to stop by to chop it up with us. Also, Steve Koonin, Hawks CEO, the day after the draft. We'll get a chance to find out what he's thinking and what's going on with our Hawks, and maybe they will have made a big move. We will see. Also, Braves in Cincinnati, starting a new series, Mike. It should be fun and interesting tomorrow. So make sure you're here, and we'll tell you what time Snit's going to join us tomorrow as we'll get the manager on the best team in baseball. Day, great job. Thank you for jumping in today, man. Know you had some car issues and whatnot, brother. Stay. Keep your head up. I know how that is. Turtle, double duty today, man. Thank you so much for everything that you do. We're back at you guys tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Mike, real quick, do we make a move tonight?
I mean, I think we're going to make some phone calls. Think about tonight. You might draft a guy who might be on another team before the broadcast is over, too. So watch out for that.
All right, guys. Mike Bell, let's get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, a couple of reasons why the NCAA is useless and feeble and just way past its prime. It takes them forever to make a decision on anything. Now, Will Wade, it's about 2 years ago, he was coaching over there at LSU. They threw the book at him. 2-year show cause penalty for all the shenanigans. Also gets fined 10 games. He's coaching at McNeese State. The interesting side of this is LSU, they got to vacate 37 games, 37 wins under Les Miles. Bills.
Oh.
There was a booster that embezzled funds from a children's charity and gave it to a player's dad worth $180,000, which other than the embezzlement thing, by today would simply be some NIL kind of deal. But it's 7 years since Les Miles coached at LSU.
Wow.
And now this comes down. Look, Les is a fun guy to talk to. The worst part for Les in this case, he's no longer eligible for the College Football Hall of Fame. It takes him out of the 600 career win percentage.
You better call Ricky Rose. Hey, man, I just got one thing to say to y'all. Baseball's crazy. And Marcell Ozuna is helping us win. I will ask the question again. And yes, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. You guys still want to trade Ozuna? He hit the game-winning home run today to put this thing out of reach. We were up, and then he put us up big. Let's stop talking about all this Ozuna stuff and just enjoy the ride. If you enjoy the show,
you tell your friends.
If you don't,
you're wearing a suit from Sears tonight at the draft.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Andy and Randy.